Lee here? Is Dennis Lee here?
No.
Yeah. The record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ryan Weck, file number 23-03515, Council Simmons.
A wonderful morning to you, Your Honor. Edward, on behalf of Mr. Weck, he's present to my right.
Wonderful morning to you.
It is. I almost sang it, Judge. I'm not going to lie.
Don't, we talked about this
We
last
did.
time.
That's- we did, which is why.
Please don't sing it here. Okay. Okay. No, he threatened though. He threatened. And don't have to hold you in contempt. So.
Might need to vacate. Judge.
Okay, let's see. Okay, how are you, Mr. Weck?
I am not bad. How about yourself? Yeah.
Pretty good. So today was the date that was set for sentencing, and I do have a pre-sentence report and recommendation that was prepared back on July 9th. Did you get a copy of that, counsel?
We did, Your Honor. We've had the opportunity to review this together and find no additions, corrections, or deletions. Just reserve allocation.
You can address the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just want to bring to the court's attention. This is a case that dated back to 2022. I believe it was April or May. It took a long time for it to get charged, and then I think an additional period of time to get resolved. However, in that period of time since 2022, Mr. Weck has really changed his life. He was fully cooperative with law enforcement on the day in question. Since that time, both of his parents have passed away. He has become the sole provider, caregiver to his adult sister, who is a special needs, as well as his nephew. He is focused on that. And I think the best articulation of where he is today is found within the evaluation completed by Dr. Deb Smith. She says Mr. Weck is not the same person he was when charged. He has turned his life around for himself and his family. He sees himself as having a privilege of taking care of his sister and his nephew, and finds it as an honor. He is now the patriarch of the family, the oldest son. He cannot see use in his life, and he does not see anything in the future that could make him. He needs to guard against challenging situations by gaining support. In addition, she diagnosed him with opioid use disorder, severe, however, in full remission. He is, and even before court intervention, been engaged in rehabilitative programs locally. Methadone clinic that's identified in the evaluation and the paperwork. So regardless of the court's intervention, he has changed his life. He has continued. I believe he took advantage of the rehabilitative purpose of sentencing in advance. And I'm not sure, other than general monitoring, the benefit that probation is going to offer, be it for 12 months. So if the court would consider no probation fines and costs, or alternatively a shorter term of probation, just to confirm some of his position here today, I would understand that. Leave it to your Honor's discretion.
Is your client want to make a statement?
I'd like to say, I know I messed up, and I have been doing everything I can to make my life better for me and my family. And I sort of look at this as a curse and a blessing. You know, without this, I wouldn't have initiated help, and I am sort of proud of where I am today.
Okay, the report from the assessment, it's pretty consistent with what the council has argued on your behalf as it relates to your current state. It seems like you took this last incident by the horns and you turn your life around. It says you haven't engaged in the use of substances for more than 12 months. Again, this is an incident that allegedly occurred occurred May of 2022. So more than 2 years ago. And so, although the recommendation is suggesting that there be some oversight, the recommendation also said that you're in full remission. And so I don't see why we need to have continued oversight for something over 2 years ago that you've already addressed. I think that would be more punitive than constructive. And so I think fines and costs are appropriate in this sense. And I've reviewed your prior criminal history. And I've seen some similar charges, but they were over 20 years ago. So I'm inclined to believe that this new pathway that you're on, plus the new responsibilities that you have, maybe have level-headed, put you in a level-headed position, if not your own worst enemy to find yourself back here for similar actions with the court. So I congratulate you for doing whatever you did to get yourself into full remission. Hope that you will stay there. I'm going to encourage you to continue to do some outpatient or some programming, and not necessarily outpatient, but some programming of peer recovery to help continue your life of sobriety and cleanness from illicit drugs. That being said, sentence will be fines and costs. $75 private victim rights fee that will be assessed. There's a $50 state minimum cost that will be assessed. Just making sure that it wasn't. I don't see any cost recovery or anything of that nature. The fine is $500. When will you make payment?
Can I do payment plans?
You absolutely can.
I can make a small payment today if needed,
How much are you gonna pay today?
if possible, $25, $50.
Okay, you're gonna pay $25 today. When are you gonna make your next payment?
It's paid once a month, so I can do it every month around the 15th.
You're gonna pay $50 today or 25?
I'll pay $50.
And you're gonna pay $50 on the 15th of each month? Or
Correct.
if for some reason you need to change that date, we need to contact the court before that date to make sure we give you an extension because we don't want to get a show cause. Okay, do you have any questions?
No, you're
Any additional matters for the?
So we gotta thank you for your time.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thank
Take
you,
care,
Your
Donna.
Honor.
Thanks.
not. Have a good day.
Thank
Okay,
you.
have fun.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Sandra Baxter, file number 24-008, sorry, 482, council is here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Grant, P51260, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the people. We're ready to proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Anderson on behalf of the defendant Sandra Baxter. If you guys appear personally to my right, the number is 86052.
Oh, very good. So today is the date set for preliminary examination, and we are ready to proceed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Both of my witnesses are on the call.
Okay, any preliminary matters before we call witnesses?
Yes, we do have several stipulations. And I also wanted to provide the court and your reporter with a copy of the exhibit lists, just so it'll be easier. May I have-
Yes, please.
Which also lists the stipulations
Thank you.
as to the exhibits.
Okay, very good. Okay,
And those exhibits that we stipulate to are the admission of exhibit 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, and defense exhibit. Is that correct?
Those are all correct.
okay, the stipulated are 5,
6, 7,
yes.
28, 29, 30, and defense exhibit A.
Also, so those would be admitted by stipulation. Thank you for that. Any other matters that we should address today before we call witnesses?
Well, is there any chance you have any defense exhibit stickers?
Defense exhibit, yes.
I just need one.
While you're getting that, can I bring a microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know if we have it. Yeah. you can take that one.
I appreciate it.
Well, she hasn't called the witness
Call the
yet.
witness. He's still marking it, but I figured we could. You ready? The people call Alexandria Casperson.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Thank you. Can I have a seat? Have you testified in court before?
yes.
Okay, can you state your first and last name spelled both?
Alexandria Casperson, Alexandria Casperson.
You can proceed, counsel.
Morning, Ms. Casperson.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us who you work for?
The Michigan Department of Attorney General.
As part of your employment, were you working on an investigation that dealt with looking into allegations involving violations of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act and other allegations of law?
Yes,
Did that involve looking into certain corporations?
yes.
What were the names of some of those companies or entities that you were looking at?
There was 2 501c4s, Michigan My Michigan and Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, as well as a ballot initiative called Unlock Michigan.
Okay, when you say 501c3, what is a 501c3?
I believe they were 501c4s, and
I'm
it's
sorry.
basically a nonprofit organization, and that coding is for tax purposes.
And with a 501c4, if someone makes a donation to a 501c4, is that publicly disclosed, that donation?
Not generally.
With regard to the ballot initiative that you described as Unlock Michigan, correct?
Correct.
When someone makes a donation to Unlock Michigan, the ballot initiative, is that donation publicly disclosed?
The Michigan Campaign Finance Act requires ballot committees as well as other political committees to file campaign statements or financial statements to say who those donors are. Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation into those entities, did you petition for an investigative subpoena examination from a court for Ms. Sandra Baxter?
Yes.
Did you get that investigative subpoena signed by a court?
Yes, the court issued an order.
And was that subpoena for Ms. Sandra Baxter to appear at the Williams Building at 525 West Ottawa Street in Lansing on March 10, 2023 at 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Did she so appear at that date and time?
Yes.
Did she appear with her counsel?
Yes.
Did the investigative subpoena advise Sandra Baxter of her rights?
Yes.
Did those rights include that she had the right to legal counsel at all times that she's being questioned?
Yes.
Did those rights include that if she could not afford a lawyer, the chief judge upon request could appoint one at public expense?
Yes.
Did those rights include that the proceedings related to the subpoena are confidential?
Yes.
Did those rights include that she had all rights granted under the state and federal constitutions, including the right against self-incrimination?
Yes.
Did those rights on the investigation include that she could refuse to answer any question if a truthful answer to the question could incriminate her?
Yes.
Did those rights include that there was reasonable cause to believe that a felony had been committed, to wit, conspiracy to do an unlawful act in an unlawful manner?
Yes.
Did those rights include that her testimony would be recorded and or transcribed in accordance with Michigan law?
Yes.
Do you see the person who appeared at the investigative subpoena examination for Sandra Baxter on March 10th, 2024 in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point them out to me?
Yes, she's there with the green jacket.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified Ms. Sandra Baxter sitting next to her counsel today?
Any objection?
Not for preliminary examination purposes. Your Honor.
Identification is noted.
Did Ms. Baxter bring her own counsel with her to the investigative subpoena?
Yes.
Did Ms. Baxter's counsel stay with her during the entire investigative subpoena examination, or did he sit outside in a different room where she went back and forth?
Mr. Brennan was in the room the entire time with myself and Ms. Baxter.
Sitting next to Ms. Baxter?
Yes.
Did you inform Ms. Baxter of who you were and why she was sent the subpoena?
Yes.
Did you advise her of her rights before any questioning began?
Yes.
Did you advise her that she was subject to the penalties of perjury if she knowingly made a false statement?
Yes.
Did you place her under oath?
Yes.
Did she swear to tell the truth?
Yes, she did.
Did you and other special agents from the Michigan Department of Attorney General ask Sandra Baxter questions while she was under oath?
Yes.
When you were finished questioning Sandra Baxter, did you warn her again that she was subject to the penalty for perjury and ask her if she wanted to clarify or restate anything she had previously stated?
Yes, I did.
What did she say when asked if she wanted to clarify or restate anything?
I believe the answer was no, not really.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 1, which is the investigative subpoena transcript of Sandra Baxter, which was taken on March 10th, 2023, which was a statement given under oath when she was sworn under oath by this witness, Alexander Casperson. It is certified, taken under oath, and it is certified by the court reporter. And I believe it's admissible also under People versus Seals, 285 Mishap 1. And it is also an admission by a party opponent under 801 D2A.
Any objection to the admission?
Your Honor, my only objection as to the admission would be state questions contained within by individuals not testifying today. It would be at that point.
The questions you're saying that was,
Your Honor, actually, I retract my objection. No objection to the admission.
okay, People's Exhibit 1's admitted. Can you said, give me the citation for People v. Seals again, please.
We have People versus Seals, which is at 285 Mish App 1. And would you like the year?
Yes.
That is 2009. And I also cited 801 D2A, admission by a party opponent.
Thank you.
And at this point, I have a couple of different options, and I'm just going to ask the court how this court wishes to proceed. There are only certain portions that at this point I need to admit. We can either have Ms. Casperson read the entire transcript, only portions that I'd like to have her read, or I think the least palatable, because it would require us all to come back, is to just have the court then read it and then come back and make arguments, which I think would be the least palatable. I would prefer to just have her read portions of the transcript.
For that. Counsel.
For the record, yes, I will this one.
Okay.
Okay. And I actually have, in preparation for that, I have the portions I was going to ask her to read highlighted so it is clear what portions she read.
Okay, thank you.
So I will swap out that.
Have her say what she's reading. I'll get there.
May I approach the witness with
Yes,
People's
please.
Admitted Exhibit 1?
Thank you.
Would you like me to just start reading?
You can direct her as she should read. I'm waiting wherever you are.
I believe at this point, I would like her to start reading highlighted portions, because that's what we're actually talking about. And I only have one copy of that. But if you could let defense counsel know exactly what page and what lines, so he can follow along. And I don't know if he wanted to mark his exact copy, because that will be the exact exhibit. And that is the only copy I have that is marked that particular way. So I wasn't sure which way the court had wanted to proceed.
Okay, Counsel.
That's fine. I would also obviously like the page and line numbers in there for the record.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
For the record, I'm reading People's Exhibit 1, which is the examination under oath of Sandy Baxter, taken on March 10th, 2023. On page 2, appearances, Attorney General's Office by Alexandria Casperson. Also present, John Brennan, Special Agent Jennifer Kapuscinski, and Special Agent Gentry Shelby. On page 3, examination, witness name Sandra Baxter. Exhibits, number 1, payments. Exhibit number 2, email to Torres. Page 4. Page 5, I'll be reading the entire pages. Friday, March 10th, 2023, 10 a.m. Ms. Casperson, the date is March 10th. It is, let's see, 10:06 a.m. We are in the Williams Building, the Attorney General's office. My name is Assistant Attorney General Alexandria Casperson. We are taking the testimony of Miss Sandy Baxter here today. We are taking this testimony pursuant to MCL 767A.1. Present here today is Special Agent Kapczynski, Special Agent Gentry, Attorney John Brennan, and the witness, Sandy Baxter. The AG office's Ms. Baxter is investigating possible violations of the Campaign Finance Act. That is why you're here. It's similar to a deposition, if that makes more sense. I know a lot of people haven't heard of investigative subpoenas before, but we will be taking testimony that will be recorded. I will ask you to verbally answer yes or no head nodding, things like that. And at the end of this statement, you will be placed under oath. And so you will be subject to perjury penalties if you knowingly share false information with us today. And at the end of your statement, I'll kind of go over that with you again and let you know if there's anything you want to change or reevaluate, you can at that time without any issues on our end. I'm now on page 5 for the record. As you know, you have the right to consult an attorney. And at any point during the questioning, if you want to consult your attorney, you have the right to do that. And you are exercising your right to an attorney with you here today? The witness. Yes, I am. Ms. Casperson. All right. Also, you may refuse to answer anything. You may refuse to answer if anything would tend to incriminate you and you want to discuss that with your attorney. Anything that you do say here could be used against you, which is why you do have that right against self-incrimination here. But I also want to be clear, you are not under arrest or anything like that, okay? We just have some questions for you. These proceedings are confidential, so you cannot discuss them with anyone but your attorney. And I think that is on the subpoena as well. Let's see. Stop me if you don't understand a question, if you want to clarify. We are not here to like trick you or anything. We're just trying to learn some things and find out some information, all right? Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or anything today? Page 6. The witness. No, I'm not. Ms. Casperson. All right. Can you read, write, and understand English? The witness. Yes, I can. Ms. Casperson. All right. Are you ready? The witness. I am ready. Sandra Baxter, the witness, being sworn by Assistant Attorney General Alexandria Casperson to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, testified as follows. Examination. For the record, we're now on page 6, line 14. So, Ms. Baxter, what is your name? Answer. Sandra Elaine Baxter. Page 6, line 20. And what do you do for a living, Ms. Baxter? Answer. I am the owner of topfundraising.com. Okay, and tell us what topfundraising.com is. Answer. I do fundraising. Page 7, line 2. Do you do, line 3, sorry. Do you do political fundraising? Answer. Yes, I do. Non-political fundraising? Answer. Yes. Line 12. I mean, if you're saying you do non-political fundraising, what does that mean? Answer.
Your Honor, I apologize on interrupting. If a portion of an answer is being read or a portion of the question, I would just ask that the full question in its entirety be read.
And hold on. Let's see if I have a yellow highlight so that it's clear on the exhibit. Very much.
I'm gonna back up to line 10 then on this. Page 7, line 10. Give us an example maybe of a client, if you feel comfortable sharing, that's not a political campaign. That's not, do you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're saying you do non-political fundraising, what does that mean? Answer. I have worked with nonprofits and things like that. What about businesses? Answer. No. Do you do fundraising for businesses? Answer. No. So basically nonprofits and like that would be the main two, would you say? Answer, correct, yeah. And when did you create Top Fundraising? Answer, February 2001. Page 8, line 2. And who else works there? Is it just you? Answer, just me. And what does, kind of tell us what a day-to-day is like for you at Top Fundraising, okay? Answer, I make phone calls, do work with printers and different things like that. Computer work. Did you work under any other company name or just Top Fundraising? Answer, only under Top Fundraising. Page 8, line 21. Would you consider yourself a consultant? Answer, correct. So what does like consulting on fundraising entail? Answer, it means encouraging the candidates, giving them their, how to fundraise, then making phone calls in most instances, things like that. We are now on page 9. Page 9, line 4. So are you doing the call time? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just gonna read from the top of page 9. So like call time, answer, yeah. Is that what they call it? So are you doing the call time with the candidate? Answer, sometimes, very infrequently. Okay, are you soliciting donations on behalf of the candidate? Answer, sometimes. Moving to page 11, line 11. I also do a lot of meeting planning if they're meeting with somebody one-on-one, and I infrequently go to those meetings. Okay, are you setting up like donor meetings? Like, are you introducing them to donors? Is that something you would do? Answer, or I'm working with their list of people that they know if they need some help. Okay, so usually they come to you with a list and you work with them. Answer, combination. Page 12, line 12. Are you familiar with Michigan My Michigan? Answer, yes. And were you a consultant for them? Answer, I was a minor agent for them. What does that mean to you? Answer, if somebody asked me about them, I gave them the information and offered to assist them on making donation. How did you get involved with Michigan My Michigan? Answer, donors were asking me about it because it was going on the ballot. People were asking me. So I contacted it was 2 people, Fred Wolzek, and that is spelled WSZOLEK, or Heather Lombardini. So what did these 2 ask of you? Moving on to page 13, answer, they offered, they said, if you see anybody or wants to give, here's how to write their checks out. So I said, fine. So you said this was on the ballot. Do you mean Umlock, Michigan? Answer, correct. So Michigan My Michigan is one and the same as Umlock, Michigan to you? Answer, I'm unclear as to what you're saying. Page 13, line 23. The witness. Umlock, Michigan was on the ballot, and Michigan My Michigan was not on the ballot. And Michigan My Michigan was an organization or a company that I was working with. We are now on page 14, line 4, that I was a minor agent for. So you were a minor agent for Michigan My Michigan or Umlock, Michigan? Answer, Michigan My Michigan. Page 15, line 4. Who hired you to work with Michigan My Michigan? How did you get hired? Answer, I wasn't, Fred Wolzek and I spoke. And you believed he worked for Michigan My Michigan? Answer, I believe so. And why did you think that? Answer, because he's the one that talked about Michigan My Michigan. Okay, did he talk about Umlock, Michigan? Answer, talked about both. Page 16, line 24. And who was your main point of contact with Michigan My Michigan? Page 17, starting at the top. Answer, it was Fred Wolzek at the beginning. And then Heather was If I got a donation, I would have it come to me and then turn it over. Just send it along to her. Line 23. Okay, so how do you decide what to charge and how much to charge and when? I was receiving a percentage. Page 18. Okay, receiving a percentage of what? Answer, of donations that came that were sent to me. That's why I had them sent to me versus directly to them. Page 19, line 17. I had to mail them. I had them mail them to me, and then I would forward them on so that I knew what they were. So I knew that they were coming in and I would get my percentage. So who were these people that were sending money to you? Answer, people that were talking about what was going on and how they did. Answer, with the shutdown. And how they did, and how did they, sorry, Your Honor. And how did they know you were the person to send money to? Top of page 20. Answer, because if they started talking to me about it and I knew that there was an opportunity, I would say, hey, here's an opportunity. Page 20, line 11. Okay, what about, are you familiar with Mike Shirkey? Answer, sure. Did you ever do fundraising for him? Answer, no. How did you know Mike Shirkey? Answer, I knew him as a Jax's businessman and then as a state rep and then state senator. Line 24. So Heather did Shirkey's fundraising? Answer, that's my understanding. She was the one that if anybody was ever talking about fundraising for Shirkey, it was, oh, talk to Heather kind of thing. And for the record, that sentence ended on page 21.
And for the record, line 2.
Thank you.
Bottom of page 22, line 24. The witness. First of all, I don't know people's relationship to these organizations, okay? Let's start with that. Number 2, it was my understanding that Michigan My Michigan could be, I'm not sure how, could be supportive of Unlock Michigan. Line 5, and that's what I knew. Line 21, page 23, Special Agent Kapuscinski. So it was like people were asking you, hey, there is on the ballot Unlock Michigan. They're trying to do this. Where can I give money to? And then you would answer, if I'm interested, what do I do? Page 24, Special Agent Kapuscinski. And at that point, would you direct them to give donations to Unlock Michigan or to Michigan My Michigan? How did that work? Answer, I was told to help with, Unlock Michigan. I'm sorry, with Michigan My Michigan. Agent Kapuscinski, okay. Answer, with the witness, because if people wanted to do that, they were given the opportunity. So I was like, okay, depending on what people were interested in. Assistant Attorney General Alexandria Casperson, okay, and who told you that? Answer, both Fred and Heather. Okay. Special Agent Kapuscinski. So they told you that people can give money to Michigan My Michigan for Unlock Michigan's ballot issue. Is that correct? Answer, not for it. They said this is something that they might be interested in, that it can assist. Special Agent Kapuscinski, page 24, line 25, going into page 25. So you had an understanding that by people supporting Michigan My Michigan, it would help support whatever Unlock Michigan is doing. Answer, it could. Special Agent Kapuscinski, okay, that makes sense. The witness, not would, could. And that ends on line 7, page 25. Page 26, line 24. Assistant Attorney General Alexandria Casperson. Were there people who would say, hey, I want to donate to Unlock Michigan that you directed to Michigan My Michigan? Answer, no. Okay, and we're really not. Answer, not that I recall, no, I can't imagine me doing that. For the record, we are now on page 27, moving into line 9. Okay, and we're really not trying to like trick you here. Answer, I know you're not. We're just trying to understand how it was working. Page 27, line 22. Did you have any idea that he was involved with Michigan, My Michigan? Here, I'm gonna go back. Line 15. Assistant Attorney General Alexandria Casperson. Yeah, it's hard to understand, and none of us have any experience with any of it. So kind of going back, I guess, to Mike Shirkey. So why did you believe he was involved with Michigan, My Michigan? Line 22. Did you have any idea that he was involved with Michigan, My Michigan? Answer, oh yeah. Okay, why? Page 28. Answer, press. I mean, it was in the press. Did you have any sort of working relationship, any friendship with Mike Shirkey at all? Answer, no working relationship. We were acquainted with each other. He had attended some events over the years for different, potential candidates or different people. Saw him at events, people, that kind of thing. Attended a lot of events that I'm involved with or not involved with. So, did you ever plan or do any fundraising for him? Answer, no. What about Michigan, My Michigan? Did you plan any or assist in any fundraisers for them? Answer, never. Page 30, line 12, Special Agent Kapuscinski. Okay, so it was Heather and Fred that's how you knew to direct to Michigan, My Michigan. That was another similar type organization, company similar with Unlock Michigan, like Unlock Michigan's mission. Does that make sense? Answer, correct. Page 31. How did you communicate with people who wanted to donate to either Michigan, My Michigan or to Unlock Michigan? Answer, usually it was by phone, and I'd say, hey, here's what you got. Here's some options, things like that. Again, it was not very many. We're talking about very few people, okay? Most people, if they were upset about stuff that was going on, would just, regardless of who they would, just go, start Googling and say, oh, Unlock Michigan, and go there or whatever. If somebody happened to talk to me, they would mention that. Then I would mention it, or we would follow up. That kind of thing.
For the record, that was starting on line 1 through 14.
Page 31, line 17. Do you remember how much you made from Michigan, My Michigan? Answer, it was probably approximately just under $12,000. Okay, how much of a percentage were you getting? Answer, 15%. Page 31, line 25, going into page 32. So at least in these 2 months, it looks like you made about 15,000. Does that sound accurate? Answer, yeah, I mean, what did I say? You said 12. Page 32, line 8. Do you think it was more than this?
Your Honor, I apologize. Just to save time on cross, I'd ask Assistant Attorney General Casperson to read line 4 through 6 of page 32.
Page 32, line 4. Yeah, 12 to, you're talking 3 years ago. Oh, I understand. Answer, am I in the ballpark? But question, do you think it was more than this? Answer, oh gosh, no. Because I think there were 3 payments here that total about 15,000. Do you think you made much more than that? Answer, no. Okay. Answer, no, definitely not. And that's ending on line 15 of page 32.
Thank you.
Page 33, line 8, Special Agent Kapuscinski. So of like these approximately 15 people that you dealt with, would all these people, would they contact you, or at any point would anybody tell you, you know, hey Sandra, these people are interested, give them a call, see if they want to do a donation, or answer. Nobody told me. Nobody directed me to other people. Special Agent Kapuscinski, okay. Answer, I would either be talking to them about other things and the conversation would come up. Special Agent Kapuscinski, okay. Answer, or I would pick up the phone and say, hey, is this something that might interest you? That was very, very few. Page 34, I'll be reading the entire page. Did you have any direct contact with Mike Shirkey about helping out with donations for Unlock Michigan? Answer, no. Okay. Answer, not that I recall. What about, do you recall Albert Thorez at all? Does that name ring a bell? Answer, yeah. How do you know Albert? Answer, he's a Jaxus businessman. Do you recall emailing him about this, about Unlock Michigan? Answer, I may have. Okay, and how? Answer, it would have been Michigan, My Michigan, or Unlock Michigan. I don't recall that, but most was probably about Michigan, My Michigan, whatever kind of thing. And why would you have, if you remember, reached out to him? Answer, why would I have reached out to him? About Michigan, My Michigan, or Unlock Michigan? Answer, I would have reached out to him because I've known him and he's a conservative. Somebody that was, moving on to page 35, had expressed an interest at some points about the thing. And I can't remember if I reached out to him or he reached out to me or a family member did. He had other people, you know, in his family. That's ending on page 35, line 4. Page 36, line 6. Assistant Attorney General Baxter. So you don't remember if you called Heather and said, hey, there's this guy, or if Mike called you. Did Mike call you? Answer, no. And say, hey, you ought to talk to this guy. Answer, no, I didn't talk to Mike Shirkey, so I probably talked to Heather. It's ending on line 12, page 36. Page 37, line 20. So someone must have been specifically talking to you about Unlock Michigan. Answer, it would have been Heather, yeah. Page 39, line 20. But why would you have like specifically included that in the email then? I'm just trying to understand that if that's not common. Answer, included what? I'm confused. And that they do not disclose donors. Answer, because that's what I'm saying. She had indicated that they might have asked at some point, and I assumed that that's why they would go there and not to Unlock Michigan, is they didn't want to disclose. You're on page 40, line 4. So Heather would have said that to you then. Answer, well, yeah, probably. She most likely said it to me, yes. Page 44, line 5. And how did you know that Heather was like that person to go to? Answer, because was told by other people, or her name was listed under her address was listed under Unlock Michigan. So when people would say that, I was like, oh, okay, so I'd call Heather. I know Heather. I don't know what people have, which clients and things like that. So that's how I figured it out. Okay, when we asked you at the very beginning what your relationship with Michigan, My Michigan, you sort of immediately jumped to Unlock and that ballot initiative. Were you really under the understanding that they were virtually one and the same? Answer, I didn't know. I don't know, but I did know that Michigan, My Michigan had the opportunity to support Unlock Michigan if they wanted to. And who told you that? Answer, that would have been Heather. Page 45, line 4. It seems like at some point someone was sending people to you as well. Someone had told you, hey, reach out to Thorez. It was either Mike Shirkey or Heather Lombardini, right? Answer, possibly, but I talked to Thorez's too. and I talked to different people in the Thoras family. I'm gonna end on page, or on line 9 of page 45, unless there's an objection.
If you could just read through 15.
All right, starting back on page 45, line 8. Possibly, but I talked to the Thorases too, and I talked to different people in the Thoras family. Specific, different people. I mean, I don't know if you knew that there are different people in the family that you can talk to. And so it may not have been Heather. It may have been through another family member. And I said, oh, hey, Mike ran into Al.
And I'm sorry, just to go back, on page 14, you said, and I said, that's not what it says. It says, and said.
Mary?
I'm sorry, I'm on page 45, line 14, in your reading, on the very end, you said, and I said. Oh, it says, and said.
Line 14, and said, oh, hey, Mike ran into Al. So honestly, I don't know. Page 45, line 21. So when I read this email without talking to you, to me, this almost sounds like you work for Mike Shirkey. Would you agree with that? Like having not talked to you at all? Answer, no, not at all. Page 46, line 20. Me reading this email sounds like you're a little more intricately involved than you are saying. And I don't mean anything by that other than I'm trying to understand why this email happened in this way. Answer, what this says to me, just so you're aware, is Heather probably said to me, I might have ran into them. We're now on page 47. I might have checked with Heather and said, hey, what is going on with Thorases? And they appear interested. And just double checking, making sure that there wasn't overlap. I don't like to step on a candidate's toes, and if they had done something. So all this says is she probably said, oh yeah, they had a great conversation. So that's what I read that. I understand what you're saying, but that's not how I read it. Page 43, starting at the bottom on line 25, going into page 54. Was it you?
53?
Correct.
You said 40.
Sorry, 50. 53 into 54. Was it your belief that Michigan My Michigan was soliciting money for Unlock Michigan? Page 54, line 2. Answer, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I really don't know. What about Heather Lombardini? Was she soliciting money for Unlock Michigan? Answer, it would have been, my assumption would be yes. Why? Answer, because Mike Shirkey was involved with Unlock Michigan and she was Mike Shirkey's fundraiser. Do I know definitively? I would assume. I mean, if I had picked up a phone and talked to somebody and they said, oh, by the way, I saw Mike Shirkey and Heather, then I would definitively say that, but that didn't happen. So I have to assume that. Ending on line 15 of page 54. Starting on page 56, line 7, and reading through to the end of this transcript on page 57. Assistant Attorney General Alexandria Gasperson. I think we're all set. Again, I'll remind you this statement was obtained under oath, so you are subject to perjury penalties if anything you said was knowingly false. Knowing that, do you want to clarify anything, restate anything? Answer, not that I can really think of. I mean, I don't know. Mr. Brennan, will she have an opportunity if she remembers something later to supplement her statement? Ms. Casperson, yeah, absolutely. If you remember something later, we don't have to go through this whole rigmarole again. If you want to contact John, he can tell me. The witness, sure. John and I will probably have a little conversation just to say, Ms. Gasperson, yeah, if you remember any sort of personal conversations you had about any of this with Heather or Mike, just let us know. And remember, this is confidential. We're on page 57. You cannot talk to anybody about your testimony today. Mr. Brennan, I've reminded her several times. Ms. Casperson, all right, thank you so much. We can go off the record. The examination under oath was concluded at 11:25 a.m.
Thank you, Ms. Casperson. When you were asking Ms. Baxter questions, did you have any documents that you showed Ms. Baxter?
Yes, we had 2 exhibits.
Were those marked?
Yes,
Now, may I approach
Yes.
with people's proposed exhibit number 2 and people's proposed exhibit number 3? I've shown them both. Defense counsel. Casperson, do you recognize those 2 documents at the end?
yes,
Can you please describe what people's proposed exhibit number 2 is?
yes. This was our investigative subpoena exhibit 1. It's marked deposition exhibit 1. It's a spreadsheet we received from the search warrant at Bright Sparks with some highlighted columns or rows showing where topfundraising.com was paid.
Is that the document that was referenced regarding how much Ms. Baxter's company, topfundraising.com LLC, was paid in the investigative subpoena?
Yes,
And you indicated that was a document that you received from Bright Sparks. What is Bright Sparks?
Bright Sparks is, I think the best way to describe it would be like a political consulting type of company.
And do you know who owns Bright Sparks?
I believe Heather Lombardini.
And were there any other companies that had their records at the same offices of Bright Sparks?
Yes.
Who else had their records at Bright Sparks?
I believe both Michigan, My Michigan, and Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility listed the same physical address that was listed for Bright Sparks.
And that spreadsheet was actually for what company?
Michigan, My Michigan.
And that was the one you used in the IS examination and showed to Ms. Baxter and her attorney during that.
Yes.
With regard to people's proposed exhibit number 3, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is the deposition exhibit number 2 that we used during the investigative subpoena. It is an email that was also found at the search warrant on Bright Sparks in a Michigan, My Michigan binder. And it's an email to Albert Thorez from Sandy Baxter.
And that's an email she said that she sent to Mr. Thorez, but she wasn't explicit about, who contacted Mr. Thorez first, correct?
Correct.
Does it say on the signature line who sent that email?
Says Sandy Baxter and then a phone number and an email. And the email is Sandra Baxter @AOL.com.
Those were the 2 exhibits that were given to her and her attorney that were used at the IS.
Yes.
I move to admit people's exhibit number 2 and people's exhibit number 3 as companions to the IS.
No objection. I believe appropriate foundation has been laid.
2 and 3.
Nothing further of AEG Casperson.
That's okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, would you like me to stand? Do you mind if I sit?
It's appropriate to stand, but if you want to sit, that's fine.
Ms. Casperson, ultimately you had to recuse yourself from this investigation, isn't that correct?
I wouldn't frame it as recusing, but I am no longer prosecuting the case that I'm a witness. That's correct.
Correct, yeah, and that's the reason. Now, you've already testified you engaged in the sworn statement of Sandra Baxter, correct?
Yes.
And that was taken on March 10th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And it lasted approximately an hour and a half. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the conduct that you were investigating took place in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and generally, in the later half of 2020, correct?
Yes, I would say summer through the end of the year, but we also weren't sure the entire time frame.
Right. But in any event, through the end of the year, by the time you're having this interview with Ms. Baxter, it's approximately 2.5 years after that conflict occurred, right?
Correct.
And I think that email between Ms. Baxter and Al Flores was in August of 2020, correct?
It's not in front of me, but that sounds about right.
Okay, you wouldn't suppose I can double check here just so. I apologize.
What if providing exhibit 3? It's right in the-
Strike that. But it was approximately around that time, correct?
I think it was actually a little later than that because I think it was probably October based on financial records. But I can't be sure is the real answer.
And we talked about, it was a long time, either way, from
A few years,
a few
yes.
years, right? And fair to say that an individual's memory fades over time, right?
It can.
It can. I mean, that's generally how human memory works, right?
Not an expert in memory, but yes, your memory is generally sharper a day after than a year after.
Sure. It fades, minutes, hours, days, right?
It can.
It can. So an individual may not remember the exact details of any conversations that they had years ago, right?
Or at this point, I'm going to object because I don't believe he has laid the foundation for Ms. Casperson to give this type of expert opinion.
No.
She is an attorney, but she has no degrees that I'm aware of with regard to, let's say, a PhD in frankly anything.
Your Honor, I don't believe an expert opinion here is needed. It's pretty basic lay testimony that's being given as to how we may not remember things that happened 2 years ago in the exact detail that they occurred.
Well, I think your question requires her to speculate on how anyone's memory works. My memory may be like an elephant. Yours may not. So I may be able to distinctly recite a conversation that I had in 2012 verbatim, depending on the type of conversation, because we also understand that some things stick to us more than others. I can't speak to how your memory works. I can only speak to how my memory works. With that being said, I don't know how she can testify about how someone else's memory is going to work. So to the extent that you're asking in general terms about someone's memory or your client's memory, she can't speak to that. So I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Now, you had already testified that generally that is how human memory works. Correct.
Said it can.
Okay, great. And prior to the interview that you had with Ms. Baxter, you didn't inform her what the questions were going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you didn't inform her attorney what those questions were going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for the most part, Ms. Baxter is going in blind, fair enough?
She's aware it had to do with Michigan campaign finance issues.
Okay, but you don't know what other, I suppose, campaign finance Ms. Baxter has done in her work, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't have a laptop with her that day, correct?
recall, but I don't believe so.
Okay, so she couldn't go through her emails that day. while
Not there in that moment, no.
Correct. Okay. And the only email that you provided to her was the email with Albert Flores, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was done in the later part of that examination, fair enough?
Yes,
Okay, and it's fair to say that, you know, as an individual talks about something, they may remember something they may not have remembered at the very beginning, correct?
yes, that's why we gave her the opportunity to contact us again.
And Ms. Casperson, I mean, we went through the majority, maybe not the majority of that interview, but it's fair to say you were asking the majority of the questions, correct?
Yes,
Okay, but the special agents were there, they could ask questions as well, correct?
correct,
And they did, correct?
correct,
They could also jump in to clarify any questions, right?
correct.
Okay, and was there any structure to that at all? Pre-meeting, where you discussed how questions would be asked, things like that?
Not, I wouldn't say a pre-meeting. I think generally investigative subpoenas are a prosecutorial tool. You usually have your officer in charge with you. So it was sort of, I would lead the interview, and if they needed to jump in, they could.
Okay, and part of the testimony that you read was that Ms. Baxter testified that she did not have direct contact with Mike Shirky regarding unlocked Michigan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but that's not all she said on that particular subject, correct?
What does it mean?
So, and we can go through the transcript again, but I believe you followed up her statement by saying that she did not recall having that contact. Isn't that correct?
What page number are you on?
Sure. We can turn to page. It's going to be page 34. I believe it's lines 1 through 6.
Yes, she said no, and then not that I recall in that version of the question.
And again, like we talked about, this was nearly 2.5 years after she fundraised for Michigan, right?
Yes,
And the information you had prior to this interview was that she had fundraised for, I'm sorry, give me a moment. Yeah. The information that you had prior to the interview with Ms. Baxter was that she had fundraised for Michigan, correct?
that's what we were trying to figure out. It appeared that way, but it also appeared that it had something to do with Unlock Michigan. That was the whole point of the question.
Right, and you had already received the documents from Bright Spark, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those showed when payments were made, correct?
Some of them, yes.
Okay, and that document showed payments being made from about August to October. Is that correct?
Sounds right. I don't have it.
I can certainly provide that too. Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm approaching what's already been admitted as People's Exhibit 2. So you go with that.
Yes, this shows from August through October
Okay, so
of 2020.
fair to say that based on that information, it looks like her involvement with Michigan My Michigan ended in October.
I can't say that because this was the very limited information we had at that time in the investigation. But at the time of the investigative subpoena interview, yes, this is what we knew.
And that's not a very long project. Is that fair to say?
2 months is not a long time. I don't know if it's a long project in the political campaign world.
Fair enough. And Ms. Baxter testified that her fundraising with Michigan My Michigan was a very small percentage of her business. Is that correct?
I think she said she got a small amount of money from them. I don't know if it was a small amount of her business, but yes, a small amount of money she was receiving from them.
And as you already testified to in the transcript, you brought up that email involving Al Flores, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's fair to say that Ms. Baxter provided further context on any potential contacts with Mike Shirkey once she was shown that.
Disagree with that.
Okay, well, in response to the question on page 45, the question is, it seems like at some point someone was sending people to you as well. Some had told you, hey, reach out to Torres. It was either Mike Shirkey or Heather Lombardini, right? And in answer to that, she responded possible, correct?
Yes, and then shared a convoluted answer about the Flores statement.
Okay, but she said it possibly could have been Heather Lombardini or Mike Shirkey.
Yes,
She wasn't saying no, absolutely not, correct?
not at that point of the interview, no.
Okay, it was a possibly, right?
She says possibly but, and then follows for 7 lines. So I don't think it was an equivocal explanation of her contacts with Mike Shirkey.
Sure, and kind of what we talked about previously is that an individual, once they've been shown a document, can remember certain things, correct?
They can't, yes.
Okay, so at this point in time, she's looking at, well, strike that. But again, this was not, no, absolutely not. I did not have contact with Mike Shirkey.
She said that other times during the investigative subpoena, but not in this case.
Correct, and those were before that, correct?
I'm not sure if they were all before that. It looks like yes.
And Ms. Casperson, when you engage in these type of interviews, I think you actually said it in your lead up. You're not trying to trick anybody, right?
Correct,
Yeah, you're just trying to gather as much information as you can, correct?
correct.
Okay. And it's difficult to get in information if a question is vague or ambiguous, correct?
Can be, but it can also be a tool to try to get more information.
Okay. Well, I think you and I can both agree, I've already asked a couple bad questions, right? And bad questions can sometimes get bad answers, fair enough?
Sure.
Okay. And so it's important that when you're asking a question, you're as clear as possible, right?
Yes,
And you testified that Ms. Baxter told you she did not have a working relationship with Mike Shirkey, correct?
yes.
Okay. And what is a working relationship?
Great question. We also asked her multiple times
That,
in
I
other
apologize,
ways.
that wasn't my question. What is a working relationship?
To me, a working relationship means you are working with that person on something. So,
Okay. So that's your definition, right?
yes,
Okay. Does somebody need to be employed with the other person to have a working relationship?
no,
Okay. Do they only need to work with somebody once to have a working relationship?
No,
How many times would you consider it to be a working relation?
I'm not gonna go into the definition of working relationship. If Ms. Baxter didn't understand, she could have asked to clarify what I meant by working relationship.
Right, and you understand, of course, that, you know, how many investigative subpoenas have you given?
At least a dozen,
A dozen. So and you've probably been in court a bunch, right?
yes,
So you're very comfortable in that setting. Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. Well, do you know how many times Ms. Baxter has been in a court?
No, I don't.
Do you know how many times Ms. Baxter has testified under oath?
No, I don't.
Okay. Can you understand that it can be intimidating for somebody being asked these type of questions under oath?
Yes,
And you already testified, you want to make sure people understand what's being asked of them, fair?
yes,
Okay. And kind of figured out that, you know, a working relationship is a tricky definition, fair?
sure,
Okay, and it really depends on an individual's perspective, correct?
sure.
Okay. Did you define what you meant by a working relationship?
No, but I asked multiple ways if she had any type of work with Mr. Shirkey or conversations with Mr. Shirkey regarding Unlock Michigan.
Okay,
Because I understood that maybe you could wiggle out of working relationship.
well, it's not necessarily wiggling out of, but somebody can have a different definition, correct?
Sure,
And so defining that at that time is important.
sure. So I was asking clarification.
And again, we've already gone over how an individual could be intimidated by that, correct?
Yes, but there was also an attorney there who could have clarified.
He didn't do so, did he?
I don't believe so. I think working relationships generally common.
Well, you said it's common, but you can't define it.
Objection, Your Honor, that is not a question, that's just a statement. to the
I'll
witness.
withdraw,
That is
I'll withdraw,
instructive.
I'll withdraw the question. Okay, so in any event, you cannot say one way or the other whether Ms. Baxter was answering that question by your definition of a working relationship. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. How on earth could Assistant Attorney General Casperson know what is actually inside Ms. Baxter's head?
That's, and
She's
you're,
not a mind reader.
and Your Honor, that's the point, that she cannot say that.
So I'd ask,
It wasn't a definitive question that Ms. Baxter did not have that. It was, she cannot say that she was answering that question with that same definition.
that is appropriate for closing argument, but it is not an appropriate question. And I'm asking-
It's not an appropriate question, it's argument.
I'll move on and withdraw the question. You also testified that Ms. Baxter testified she did not plan or do any fundraising for Mike Shirkey, correct?
Yes,
And you were able to get the incorporation documents from Michigan by Michigan prior to that investigative subpoena, correct?
I don't believe when Special Agent Kapuscinski got those documents, if it was before or after.
Okay. Did you review them prior?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't know who was on the board of directors of Michigan by Michigan at that time?
I do now. I don't know if I knew all the board of directors at the time of this investigative subpoena.
Okay, but at the time of the investigative subpoena, I'm sorry, strike that. At the time of the alleged conduct in this case, the board of directors did not include Mike Shirkey, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, he didn't hold any position in Unlock, Michigan, correct?
Officially, I don't believe so.
And there's a difference between the words for and with, right?
Yes,
And for well, both of these are a preposition, right?
sure.
Okay, or any reason to dispute that?
No, taking me back to English class. Sure.
I was an English major, so they beat this into me, unfortunately. And 4 in this situation would be used to indicate the object or recipient of perception, desire, or activity.
Again, Your Honor, there's no question. He's just testifying. He's not sworn as a witness. I'd ask the statement be struck.
That sounds like a statement, not a question.
I can end it with a correct.
And that's assuming that she knows.
If she doesn't know, she can say she doesn't know, but if you
I mean, I
got
don't-
formula, that's a question.
We have to qualify as to whether she was an English major. I don't know what her undergrad is in.
Well, I don't know if you have to have a be English major to know that. Some of us was just better in English than others. I wouldn't know the answer, but she might.
Your Honor,
Neither
I'll-
do I.
I'll re-ask the question
Thank
in
you.
an actual question.
Thank you.
Okay. 4 in this situation, the difference in working for Mike Shirky would be used to indicate the object or recipient of a perception, desire, or activity, correct?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay, yeah, so, but in any event, there's a difference between the word for and with,
Yes,
okay? And with indicating that maybe they are working toward the same purpose.
could be one definition of with, yes.
Okay, and 4 being one at the direction of the other.
Yes, that could be a definition.
In any event, you did not define how you wanted her to answer that question, correct?
Not that specific question at that page, no.
And it's clear that Ms. Baxter was working as an independent contractor for Michigan, correct?
I would say so.
Okay, the money that she fundraised went to Michigan, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the checks she received came from Michigan, correct?
No. Oh, the check she received like a payment?
Correct.
Yes.
And they didn't come from Mike Shirky, correct?
Correct.
Okay, in fact, it appears, well. Strike that. So you're not a fundraiser, fair to say. You're an attorney, right? But there's obviously value to using a high profile name when fundraising, right?
I imagine so, yes.
Okay, I mean, we see it all the time, right? Celebrities getting involved in different charities, things like that. I think a good example might be, oh, you know what? I'm gonna butcher it, so I'm gonna move on from that. But the point is, this occurs, correct?
Yes,
And so using a person's celebrity or high profile with that person toward a certain goal would make sense, correct?
it could.
Okay. And that doesn't mean that they're working for that individual, correct?
In every instance, no. It could mean that.
And again, kind of like we talked about, at no point did you clarify what you meant here and the difference between for and working with, correct?
In that line and page of this transcript, no, but we asked in multiple ways her interactions with Mike Shirky and were met with no very consistently.
Okay, but we're talking about working for Mike Shirky, correct?
That's not the only question we asked her about her interactions with Mike Shirky. But yes, on that page and line, I did not clarify what I meant by working for or with or by.
Oh, no further questions, thank you.
Ms. Casterson. Exhibit, admitted exhibit number 2, which is in front of you.
Yes.
That's a spreadsheet for Michigan by Michigan. Does that dictate how long Sandra Baxter worked and received funds from Michigan by Michigan? Or is that just a spreadsheet for a couple of months and that dictate how much she made during those couple of months?
Yes, it's just a partial spreadsheet we received early on in the investigation from the Bryce Clark search warrant. So that was the information we had at the time of the investigation.
Okay, and what months of the spreadsheet for Michigan by Michigan is that?
It looks like it's June 17th, 2020 through October 21st, 2020.
Okay, so that doesn't dictate Sandra Baxter's employment, it just dictates that's the spreadsheet for Michigan Bank with Michigan, which includes some payments to her, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm gonna approach with admitted exhibit 3. Now, defense counsel asked you the exact date that that email was sent, that you showed Ms. Baxter at the IS. Does that email, that exhibit have a date on it?
No.
Well, he was asking you to guess at the date.
Yes.
When you were asking Miss Baxter questions, did you ever dictate to her how she had to answer?
No.
When you were asking Miss Baxter questions, did she ever consult with her attorney who was sitting there next to her?
Yes, multiple times.
Did you ever stop Miss Baxter from consulting her attorney before she answered any questions?
No.
Did you ever stop Miss Baxter from consulting her attorney when she was looking at either of the exhibits?
No.
Defense counsel asked you about giving her the opportunity to revise or amend her statements at the end of her investigative subpoena, correct?
I don't know if he asked.
I'm sorry, you answered his question about that. I apologize. He indicated that towards the end of her investigative subpoena, she had changed some of her answers, correct? Or hedged some of her answers.
He was trying to imply that she was remembering more as the interview.
But you gave her opportunity to change any of her testimony throughout the entire investigative subpoena, correct?
Yes, both at the end of the interview itself, and he said you can call us anytime.
At the end of the interview, after being given the opportunity to change any of her testimony, did she do so?
No.
And then you gave her an opportunity to then have contact you back after having thought about it, after having an opportunity to consult with her attorney again, after having an opportunity to look back on her computer and check with her email and go back and think about it. Did she then come back and contact you again and said, oh boy, you know what? I looked back at my emails and I thought about it and I did have a bunch of contact with Mr. Shirky. Did she contact you and say that?
Never.
Did she contact you and said, oh, you know what? I did have direct contact with Mr. Shirky. I sent him a bunch of emails. Did you ever do that?
No.
Did she ever contact you and say, you know what? I did do fundraising for Unlock Michigan.
No.
She didn't contact you after this investigative subpoena?
Never.
When you were interviewing Ms. Baxter, an investigative subpoena, did you feel as though Ms. Baxter was trying to give you a full, honest answer to your questions, or was she trying to hedge and evade?
Objection,
Giving your answer.
speculation.
I'm gonna address the objection to speculation.
I'm asking, what is Ms. Casperson's feelings? How did she feel that Ms. Baxter was trying to get? I'm asking for Ms. Casperson's feelings, not Ms. Baxter.
This is not causing for her to speculate on her feelings. She's speculating on, we're talking about.
Well, no, she's not speculating on her feelings. She's speculating about whether or not she believed that Miss Baxter, how Miss Baxter was answering the questions, whether or not she was avoiding questions, anything like that. So she's in fact speculating on Miss Baxter. She's not speculating on her feelings on Miss Baxter, but she's speculating on Miss Baxter.
No, that's not speculation because we work in a courtroom, right? we gauge credibility and we determine that based on how people interact. We ask a jury to determine if a witness, if they believe a witness is evading questions. That doesn't cause for them to speculate. It
No.
causes for them to look at certain factors and determine based on their experience, which she is an attorney, would have some experience to understand if she believed based on that, whether or not
And Your Honor,
someone was avoiding or evading questions.
I understand. May I respond?
You may.
In that situation that you described, that is the finder of fact. Ms. Casperson is a witness. She's not the finder of fact.
But she was also the one who did the investigation and posed the questions. So she's asking, she being the AG is asking this witness, who's also the investigator, while she was asking these questions, did she get the impression that the defendant was evading the questions? We absolutely can give that. That doesn't cause for her to speculate. She may have gotten the impression and she can expound on that, but she can give that impression without speculating. It's got to be based on her impressions during her interview. So that objection is overruled. You can answer.
I did not feel like Ms. Baxter was being transparent. I felt like she was evasive in many of the questions, which is why multiple times I tried to say we aren't trying to trick you.
I have nothing further to say.
This witness be excused from the stand.
Yes.
Okay,
course.
you may be excused. You have another witness, but we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Hey, you can call your next witness.
I think, Your Honor, if people would call Special Agent Jennifer Kapczynski.
You right here. Please solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. State your first and last name and spell both.
First name is Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Kapczynski, Kaushshinski.
You can proceed, counsel.
Ms. Kapczynski, can you tell us how you're employed?
I am a special agent employed by the Michigan's Department of Attorney General's office.
And before you were a special agent assigned to the Michigan Department of, employed by the Michigan Department of Attorney General, what was your position before?
I was a police officer for the city of Detroit since November of 2014 is when I started that job.
As part of your duties at the Michigan Department of Attorney General, did you become involved in the investigation into Unlock Michigan, Michigan, My Michigan, and MCFR, Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility?
Yes,
Did that investigation lead you or the department in obtaining search warrants?
yes,
Were you there for the execution of a search warrant at the offices of Wright Sparks
yes,
that involved obtaining records for Michigan, My Michigan?
yes.
May I approach with?
Oh, you don't,
admitted
yes,
exhibit
you don't
three?
have to act to
Okay.
approach the witness. They're almost there anyways.
Okay, I'm handing you what has been admitted People's Exhibit 3 and People's Proposed Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes,
How do you recognize those two documents?
these two documents came from several documents that we retrieved during the execution of the search warrant at Bright Sparks.
And was that document, was that execution, do you remember the date?
It was January 18th, 2023.
And were those documents just sitting on a desk?
They were inside of a binder for that were labeled MMM for Michigan, My Michigan, and those binders were ready for us to essentially pick up.
And do People's Exhibit 3 and People's Proposed Exhibit number 4 relate to each other in any way?
Yes,
Can you describe what People's Proposed Exhibit number 4 is and how does it relate to 3?
exhibit number 4 is a copy of a check from Mr. Albert Andrew Torres and Beth Ann Torres that was made out to Michigan, My Michigan. And then also on the same piece of paper for exhibit 4 is what looks like a copy of an envelope. And so the check seems to correspond with exhibit number 3, which is an email addressed to Al for Albert Torres, describing Michigan, My Michigan, and where the check can be made out to.
And who is that email from, Al Torres?
The email is from Sandy Baxter.
And both of those two documents, 3 and proposed 4, were located in the Michigan, My Michigan binders, correct?
Correct.
And where in relationship to each other, were they in the Michigan, My Michigan binders?
They were next to each other in the documents.
So they were together.
Yes.
I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit number 4.
Any objection to people's?
No, you're not.
Reports admitted.
Thank you. Just have a moment, Your Honor, just so this is back in the. I know, but still, before I show you, I have to show you. If you care, Krasinski, I'm showing you what has been admitted, exhibits 28, 29, and 30. Being topfundraising.com, the articles of organization. Can you tell us who filed the articles of organization with the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs?
That would be Sandra Baxter.
And when was that?
It is signed on the 16th day of March 2000.
And when was it officially accepted by Laura? I believe it's on the cover page.
Received by facsimile transmission on March 23rd, 2000.
And if you look at exhibit 29, which is the 2020 annual statement for topfundraising.com. You see that?
I see it.
Who's that signed by?
It's signed by Sandra Baxter.
And what does she identify herself as with regard to, what is her relationship to topfundraising.com?
Next to her signature, it looks like she hand wrote in owner.
Okay, and with regard to exhibit 30, who is the registered agent with topfundraising.com as of yesterday with the Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs?
Sandra Baxter.
We're going to approach with people's proposed exhibit number 8. Before we go into that exhibit, I want to ask you, over the course of your investigation, once you received documents from the search warrants, Bright Sparks, you saw, were there emails in some of those binders that you recovered from Bright Sparks?
Yes.
Did that lead you to obtain search warrants for email accounts?
Yes.
Did you then serve those search warrants?
Yes.
Did you get returned the search warrants from certain email accounts?
Yes.
Did you get the emails for 2 different email accounts for Mike Shirkey?
Yes.
Did you get email returns for 2 different email accounts for Heather Lombardini?
Yes.
Included in those search warrant returns, were there emails that were sent to Mike Shirkey and Heather Lombardini?
Yes.
And would it also include emails that were sent from those email accounts from Mike Shirkey or Heather Lombardini?
Yes,
Also, did you also do a search warrant for the banking records for Michigan by Michigan at Comerica Bank?
yes,
Did you get the return for the Michigan by Michigan banking records for Comerica Bank?
yes,
Did you review those records from the
Yes.
search warrant return? Were you able to match up any of the fundraising activities, calls, or emails involving Sandra Baxter with any emails involving Sandra Baxter?
yes.
About how many total call it records did you get from the two search warrants that you served for the Mike Shirkey emails and the Heather Lombardi emails? And when I say that, when I say documents, I mean things that would include things like an email or an attachment or an image. About how many do you have?
I received for Heather Lombardini approximately 6,000. With Mike Shirkey, I received approximately 67,000.
So between the two, about 73,000 total.
Somewhere between 73, 75. My numbers are not 100%. Approximate.
Were all of those total called documents reviewed?
Yes,
Were all of those documents relevant to the investigation?
No.
Were some of the documents relevant to your investigation?
yes.
What did you do with the ones you thought might be relevant?
I made an electronic copy of an item that I thought would be relevant, and I then would store it into a folder that I labeled, I think I labeled it relevant emails.
That allow you to then go back and review it later?
Yes, so I don't have to revisit all of these.
Subsequent to your review of the thousands of documents you received from the email accounts, have you had a chance to review some of the more relevant emails?
Yes,
Looking at people's proposed exhibit number 8, are you familiar with that document?
yes.
Can you tell me what that document is?
It's an email from Sandra Baxter to one of Mike Shirkey's Gmail accounts. And it's dated August 6, 2020. The subject says our conversation. And it has attachments, one of which is labeled as Unlock Michigan Memo, and another is Unlock Michigan Independent Contractors Agreement. And in her email signed by Sandra Baxter, it states, "Good evening. Attached, you will find a one-page memo with my thoughts on how to approach this project, along with the draft contract for your review and edits. I look forward to discussing these documents with you. Have a great evening." And then attached is what's labeled as a memorandum to Majority Leader Mike Shirkey from Sandra Baxter regarding fundraising.
Hold on, I'm going to stop you here. Was this document with those, and there's 2 attachments to this proposed exhibit number 8, correct?
Correct.
Was this document one of the documents that came from the search warrant from the Mike Shirkey emails?
Yes,
I would move to admit people's proposed exhibit number 8.
Any objections to people's 8? People's 8 submitted.
Your Honor, I would ask that she be allowed to read the text of the email itself, the memo, and the contract. The 2 attachments.
Proceed.
would you like me to read the message again?
Uh,
The email?
You could continue on, I think, I know you read the first paragraph. Did you read the second one where it says, "I look forward"?
Yes, I look forward to discussing these documents with you. Have a great evening. And there's a signature, Sandra Baxter, her email, sandrabaxtere@aol.com, with her cell phone number 248-514-6884.
And you indicated there are 2 attachments, correct?
Correct.
What is the first attachment labeled as? At least with regard to on the cover of the email.
On the cover of the actual email, it would be Unlock Michigan memo.
Would you please read the Unlock Michigan memo?
Yes. At the top, it's titled Memorandum to Majority Leader Mike Shirkey from Sandra Baxter, RE Fundraising, date August 6, 2020. The memorandum then reads, as a follow-up to our conversation, I firmly believe that there are a great number of donors who would write checks to Unlock Michigan in the $1,000 to $10,000 range. I'm happy to make many of these calls and also schedule calls for you to make. My one request is to have a contact person who can provide me with the times you are available to schedule these calls. You mentioned spending an hour a day fundraising, which is great. Finally, I am happy to sit and work with you either in the Jackson area or in Lansing as you make these calls if you wish. There are many individuals who donate large checks to our GOP members of Congress, as well as our US Senate and gubernatorial candidates. With some research, I can assemble a list for us to contact. Unless something changes dramatically, I do not anticipate any need for events or in-person meetings. There may be a few exceptions, but with COVID, most of the prospects will be understanding that it just isn't possible at this time to be traveling around. We will need to have some sort of document to market our request for funds that outlines a thumbnail budget, simple legislative timeline, and some sort of reply form with any legal disclaimers. Ultimately, I think a goal of $100,000 to $200,000 is very reasonable goal to strive for. Finally, I know there are probably about 20 or so individuals who are being asked for much larger donations and you will not need my help with. Please let me know who they are so I can avoid any unnecessary overlap. My initial thoughts are DeVos, Weiser, Bill Young, Randy Fritz, Maroon, and forgive me, my pronunciation may not be correct. Sachia, Meyer, Jandernoa, Cotton, Levy, Hayward, Shostak, Hermanos, Nicholson, Yellen, Taubman, Kojayan. You will find a draft contract for your review. Please let me know if there are any changes on your end and we can discuss. Time is short and I'm ready to proceed full steam ahead.
With regard to the draft contract, how is that labeled on the cover page for the attachments?
It was labeled as Unlock Michigan Independent Contractors Agreement. Want me to read the contract now?
Yes, please.
At the top, it's labeled topfundraising.com LLC agreement. This agreement is made this day of August 8th, 2020, between, in capital letters, committee name, a Michigan Initiative, and topfundraising.com LLC, hereinafter referred to as Top Fundraising. In consideration of the mutual promises set forth below, the parties agree as follows. 1. Engagement of topfundraising.com LLC. Committee name hereby engages and appoints Top Fundraising services to assist committee name. Top Fundraising hereby accepts this engagement and appointment. Number 2. No personal liability for committee name. Top Fundraising agrees that committee name is the only entity from which compensation or any other payment is due. Contractor acknowledges that committee name has not entered into any personal guarantee and no recourse may be had against him personally. Number 3, termination of agreement. The term of this agreement will commence on October 31st, 2020. Either party may terminate this agreement with 30 days written notice to the other. Number 4, compensation for services. As full and complete payment for services rendered by Top Fundraising, committee name shall pay topfundraising.com LLC $5,000 each month through October 31st, 2020 from the committee name checking account outlined as follows. August 31st, 2020 for August service, $5,000. September 30th, 2020 for September services, $5,000. October 31st, 2020, for October services, $5,000. Finally, committee name agrees to reimburse TAP Fundraising for reasonable and authorized out-of-pocket expenses incurred while working on behalf of committee name. These expenses may include gasoline, train or airfare, taxi fare, parking, copies, supplies, etc. These expenses will be billed on a monthly basis with itemized list of all expenses and receipts attached to the invoice. Payment is due within 15 days of receipt of the invoice unless otherwise agreed upon by both parties, notwithstanding anything in this contract to the contrary. TAP Fundraising shall incur no expenses exceeding an aggregate of $150 each month without the prior written approval of committee name. TAP Fundraising will be responsible for payment of federal, state, and local income taxes. Number 5, description of work. TAP Fundraising agrees to provide the following fundraising services to committee name. A, TAP Fundraising will coordinate and assist with scheduling the fundraising meetings and telephone calls outlined in a proposed plan on behalf of committee name. In addition, TAP Fundraising and committee name staff will prepare any daily briefings and call sheets for those telephone calls and meetings when requested. TAP Fundraising will work with committee name and staff scheduling those specific fundraising meetings and calls outlined in the proposal. Follow-up calls and logistics for said activities will be handled by TAP Fundraising. TAP Fundraising shall work with the committee name staff to ensure that all possible fundraising follow-up is being done to ensure maximum receipt of financial and attendance commitments. Then there's the number 6, but nothing next to it. And the number 7, indemnification. TAP Fundraising shall indemnify and hold committee name, its agents and employees from and against any liability under federal, state, and local tax laws. Number 8, tapfundraising.com LLC. Tapfundraising.com LLC shall at all times be a TAP Fundraising employee rather than an agent, employee, or representative of committee name. Tapfundraising.com LLC shall not hold himself or herself out to third parties as an agent, employee, or representative of committee name. Number 9, confidentiality. All information, written or oral, acquired by TAP Fundraising in the course of TAP Fundraising performance of services under this agreement shall be kept and remain confidential by TAP Fundraising and shall constitute privileged information and shall be deemed protected by all applicable legal privileges and may be disclosed only to committee name, except that tapfundraising.com LLC may utilize such information as necessary in the course of providing services for committee name. All files or other documents supplied to the tapfundraising.com LLC by committee name and all donor lists acquired or compiled by committee name shall remain the property of committee name and shall be surrendered upon request or at the termination of this agreement. TAP Fundraising expressly agrees that the obligations of the section shall survive this agreement. Number 9, non-disparagement. TAP Fundraising agrees that he or she will not, during the term of this agreement or thereafter, disparage or in any way disseminate unfavorable information about committee name, the candidate, or employees, and will at all times act professionally in his or her dealings with committee name, its supporters, and other parties. Number 10, non-competition. During the term of this agreement and for the period of 1 year after the agreement is terminated, tapfundraising.com LLC shall not, either individually or on behalf of another person or firm, provide services to, call upon, solicit, sell, or attempt to sell any products or services similar to or in competition with those offered by committee name to any committee expressly agrees that the obligations of this section shall survive this agreement. Number 11, authority. TAP Fundraising will have no authority to and shall not enter into any agreement, written or oral, in the name of committee purporting to bind committee name, except as necessary to perform services under this agreement, and in that case, only with the prior written approval of committee name. Number 12, prior agreements. This agreement contains the entire agreement of the parties hereto, to the exclusion of all prior and contemporaneous negotiations and agreements, and the parties expressly disclaim reliance upon any representations or promises other than those set forth expressly within. This agreement can be modified only in a writing signed by the parties. Number 3, severability.
Except 3 or 13.
Or 13, I'm sorry. Severability. In case any one or more of the provisions of this agreement shall be held to be invalid, illegal, or unenforceable, such invalidity, illegality, or unenforceability shall not affect any other provision of this agreement. But this agreement shall be construed as if such invalid, illegal, or unenforceable provision had never been contained herein. To the extent possible, there shall be deemed substituted such other provision as will most nearly accomplish the intent of the parties to the extent permitted by applicable law. Number 14, no rights in third part. Nothing herein expressed or implied is intended to or shall be construed to confer upon or give to any person, form, or other entity other than the parties hereto any rights or remedies under this agreement. Number 15, no rights and policies. Top fundraising will not be covered under or have any rights to or under any personnel policy, procedure, or practice of committee name. Top fundraising will not receive any compensation or benefits except as expressly stated in this agreement. Top fundraising understands that his or her compensation may be greater or less than received by other individuals who are performing similar services for committee. Number 16, arbitration and statute of limitations. Any controversy or claim arising out of or relating to this agreement or the breach thereof or arising out of the services provided under this agreement shall be submitted to and settled by binding arbitration in Michigan in accordance with the rules of the American Arbitration Association. The award rendered by the arbitrator shall be final and judgment may be entered in accordance with the laws of the state of Michigan. Top fundraising hereby agrees that the arbitrator's authority regarding any award in favor of top fundraising is limited to monetary, contractual benefit of the bargain relief. Top fundraising agrees that he or she will not commence any action or claim relating to this agreement for more than 6 months after termination of service under this agreement or termination of this agreement, and top fundraising expressly, knowingly, and voluntarily waives any statute of limitations to the contrary. However, it is understood that notwithstanding the above, it is agreed that committee name may bring an action for injunctive relief and or damages to enforce its right under this agreement in any court of competent jurisdiction. Number 17, governing law. This agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws of the state of Michigan. Then it says topfundraising.com LLC and Sandra Baxter signed underneath that.
Just for the record, can we read the rest of the portion?
Yeah, I was gonna ask her, you said Top Fundraising LLC, and then there's a signature line, correct?
Yes, there's a signature line.
Who is it signed by?
It is signed by Sandra E. Baxter.
Does that appear to be a physical signature or an electronic signature?
A physical signature.
Okay, is there a printed name below that?
Yes.
You read the rest of that.
The printed name underneath the physical signature is Sandra E. Baxter. Underneath that, it states date with a line, and there is nothing filled in there. Underneath the date line, it says committee name. Underneath the committee name, there's a line with nothing written or typed in. And below the line is name, comma, title. And below that is another date line.
And that's also not filled in, correct?
Yes, that is also not filled in.
In reference to the draft contract.
Yes.
Thank you. When you received the search warrant returns for the emails, you also got the emails and the records back for Heather Lombardini's emails, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive emails that had emails involving Heather Lombardini and Sandra Baxter?
Yes.
And it was People's Proposed Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
Is that one of the documents that upon reviewing all of the documents received pursuant to the search warrant return that were pulled off into the relevant emails?
yes.
I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 9.
Any objections to people tonight?
No.
People's nine is admitted.
Would you please read People's Exhibit number 9 and the attachment?
The first page is an email. It's from Heather Lombardini to Sandra Baxter @AOL.com. The subject line says follow-up. The date is Wednesday, August 19th, 2020, 8:39:49 PM. And it lists 2 attachments, an image as well as a PDF. The message in the email states from Heather Lombardini. Hi Sandy, as a follow-up to our call today, I am attaching a list of non-disclosed C4 accounts that I work with personally that have missions that help conservative issues and elected officials. Please let me know if you have any questions. Best, Heather. And then there's a signature block with Heather Lombardini's information and the company that she works for, Lambert.
And is it fair to say briefly, it just describes her job, address, phone number, her contact information, Heather Lombardini?
Correct.
I'd like you to go to the attachment, the PDF.
The PDF is labeled at the top, account document, contact Heather Lombardini. It lists Heather Lombardini's cell phone, 517-927-3706, and hlombardini@lambert.com as her email. Below that, it says C4 corporate account, and it then lists Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, their address of 106 West Allegan Street, number 200, Lansing, Michigan, 48933. Unlimited contribution limit / undisclosed account. Below that, it lists Great Lakes Job Alliance with the address 106 West Allegan Street, number 200, Lansing, Michigan, 48933. Unlimited contribution limit / undisclosed account. Below that lists Jobs for Michigan Council with the address of 106 West Allegan Street, number 200, Lansing, Michigan, 48933. Unlimited contribution limit, undisclosed account. Below that, it lists Senator Shirkey's C4 corporate account. And below that is Michigan, My Michigan, with the address of 106 West Allegan Street, number 200, Lansing, Michigan, 48933. Unlimited contribution limit, undisclosed accounts.
So August 19th of 2020, Ms. Baxter is sent that Senator Shirkey's C4 unlimited account, Michigan, My Michigan.
Objection leading.
Objection is leading.
On what date
Objection sustained.
is Ms. Baxter provided the information about what Senator Shirkey's C4 corporate account is? What's that date?
The date was August 19th, 2020.
Thank you. I'm handing you People's Proposed Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize that document? Agent Kapuscinski?
Yes,
Can you tell us what it is?
it's an email from Mike Shirkey to the email address tomallen@allenofmonroe.com. And blind copied on the email is lombardini@gmail.com and Sandra Baxter E@AOL.com with the subject follow-up from our call this morning. The date is Wednesday, August 26, 2020, time 2:21:51 PM.
And this is one of the emails that you received from the return from the Mike Shirkey emails that you had put as potentially relevant, correct?
Correct.
I move to admit people's proposed exhibit number 10.
Any objections to people's 10?
No, Your Honor.
People's 10 admitted.
Can you please read people's admitted exhibit 10?
The body of the email reads, Tom, thanks again for your time this morning. Unlock Michigan is a very important citizen initiative that would make it difficult for any future governor to operate unilaterally and govern via executive order for near perpetuity as our current governor has. It's more about good governance than it is about politics. I think Sandy Baxter already sent you documents to show how best to contribute. If I may, please consider two specific requests. One, consider personally contributing $2,500 to the cause. Number two, consider becoming a fellow acolyte and join me in approaching other like-minded people. If you could get some of your friends to aggregate another $7,500, that would be fantastic. But as I said in our call, whatever you can contribute will be highly appreciative. Be safe. I already know you're blessed. Serving with and for you, Mike Shirkey. May God continue to bless you and everything and everyone you touch.
Take back the other two exhibits.
In regards to number 9, did you want me to read her office address and number?
It's on.
Okay.
Special Agent Kapuscinski, I'm going to approach you with people's proposed exhibit number 11. I will notice multiple pages, but because it is exchange. Agent Kapuscinski, I'm going to ask that you look at people's proposed number 11 and see if you can identify it. Although I believe brother counsel indicated that he has no objection to its submission.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So we just skip right along. For its opinion.
It's made by step or no objection, correct?
No objection.
Okay, no objection. You said this was multiple pages?
It is multiple pages of an email exchange between Sandra Baxter and Heather Lombardini
Okay,
between August 19th and the 21st. And I would ask that Agent Kapuscinski read the email exchange, but she has to start from the back page reading the front.
I get it. You can start.
Okay, it's an email exchange between Sandra Baxter and Heather Lombardini. It starts from Heather Lombardini on Wednesday, August 19th, 2020 at 8:36 PM to Sandra Baxter E at AOL.com. Subject is Unlock Michigan. Body of the email states, "Hi Sandy, it was great catching up with you today. I hope you're doing well. Per our conversation, I am attaching a few documents for your review. If you have time, let's jump on the phone tomorrow or Friday, and I can go into further detail with you. Like we discussed on the phone, we are needing help with the middle donors. Any assistance in setting up call lists and prepping the potential donor that they will be receiving a call from the SML is exactly what we need. We can discuss a system that works well for you to make sure you are getting credit for the donors. I'm looking forward to working with you. Have a great night. Best, Heather." And then it lists Heather Lombardini, Managing Director for Lansing, office number 517-267-9026, mobile number 517-927-3706, the website www.lambert.com.
Can I
And
stop you there? That's the same signature line she has throughout her emails, correct?
correct,
I think we can skip reading all of that.
sure.
Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And the next email in the chain is from Sandra Baxter to Heather Lombardini. Subject, Unlock Michigan. "Hi Heather, I am ready to put together an initial list of 50+ names for you to review. I have 2 small changes to suggest. 1, put everything together in a single PDF. 2, eliminate the more quote direct mail end quote donations from the reply form. Let's have them at $500, $1,000, $2,500, $5,000 other. Thoughts? ? Sandra Baxter E, AOL.com, and Sandra Baxter's cell phone number." Heather then responds to Sandra Baxter's email with,
And the date and time, please.
the date was Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 10:26 AM. The body of the email reads, "I actually don't use that donor form. That is something we just have printed off for people who are doing the unlocked signature gatherings for those who want to donate. It is more the low dollar people. I am more than happy to have them fix it with different levels. I can also ask about the donor form being on one page. Our office is not running unlocked. Our office represents the Senate Republicans. I am only helping out Senator Shirkey as a super volunteer, since a lot of these donors we are targeting are caucus donors. I am not getting paid for unlock. I am just helping move the money." The next email is from Sandra Baxter to Heather Lombardini, dated August 20th, 2020 at 10:30 AM. The body of the email reads, "Hey Heather, perfect. Is there someone I can contact to have those 2 small changes made? Happy to do so. Take care. Signed, Sandra Baxter." The next email is from Heather Lombardini to Sandra Baxter, Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 10:30 AM. Heather Lombardini writes, "I can do it. It's fine."
And I apologize, Your Honor, just for the record, I think those are switched around. The one that's being read right now was sent at 10:26. Ms. Baxter's was sent at 10:30, so it would have been after in response.
That would be witness. I don't see it.
She said, "Hey Heather, perfect."
I recognize this. I don't have a copy, so I have to rely on
Oh,
what
okay.
she says, so. Is that what you see?
Sorry, reading backwards is difficult, sorry.
Yeah.
No
Um,
worries.
On August 20th at 10:30 from Sandra Baxter.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what he thinks of the air.
Okay.
If you could give me a second, please.
Sure.
Steve.
Thank you.
It's working from Microsoft. Are you seeing she read it differently than your peers? She absolutely read it.
Oh, did you? I
She
missed it.
absolutely-
Okay, all right.
Okay. She-
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Judge.
She absolutely read the part where
Yeah,
she
I-
said, I
yeah.
don't use that donut form.
Yep.
She did.
Trying to be very careful.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, I apparently need to practice reading
Complicated
backwards. as
Reading
well.
backwards is a skill.
Holding my finger.
And the whole exhibit itself will in fact be
Oh,
admitted, but yes, it is more challenging reading backwards up the page. It is, it's more challenging for all of
all
us.
right, my apologies.
No, worries, you can continue.
I continue, please. And where are you starting from?
I will reread Heather Lombardini's response to Sandra Baxter, just to
At what,
Yeah. Thursday, August 20th, 2020, 10:30 a.m. Heather Lombardini to Sandra Baxter. I can do it, it's fine. After that, on Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 11:03 a.m. from Sandra Baxter to Heather Lombardini. Sandra writes, "Hi Heather, good morning. Here is a first batch for your review. Please remove any names you wish, then let me know some available call times and I can begin scheduling / begin preparing call sheets / email, etc. Take care. Thanks for everything. Signed, Sandra Baxter." Heather Lombardini then responds to Sandra Baxter Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 3:43 p.m. Attached exclamation point. "I recognize quite a few of these names. We have really wanted to get Corrigan Oil. He is a big supporter of Senator Theus. I marked in yellow the names you already are working with. So do you want to call them directly and do you want me to schedule a block of time for Mike to make follow-up calls?" Sandra Baxter then responds Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 4:16 p.m. to Heather Lombardini. "Thank you so much for the review. Yes, please me some blocks of time and I will work on scheduling. Once I have scheduled someone, I will let you know so it can be added to the schedule. Do you want me to take a stab at Corrigan's? I have worked with them a good amount. I can try to schedule a call for the SML. Just let me know. Take care, Sandra Baxter." Heather Lombardini then responds to Sandra Baxter Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 7:25 p.m. 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on the 26th. He is going to be in Lansing that day. Will that work for you? Yes, please try Corrigan Oil. Thanks. Sandra Baxter then replies to Heather Lombardini on August 20th, 2020 at 7:43 p.m. She writes, "Sure, do I need to come to Lansing or just schedule the calls and provide the call sheets in advance? Either way is fine with me, just let me know. All the best, Sandra Baxter." Heather Lombardini then replies to Sandra Baxter on Thursday, August 20th, 2020. There is not a date included here.
There's not a date or a time.
A time, sorry, there's not a date or a time. See, there isn't a time included. But Heather writes, "Whatever is easier for you. I can staff them if you don't want to drive to Lansing. Just let me know." Then Sandra Baxter responds, and there was not a date or time with this response.
Well, below the very top where it says.
At the very top. Oh, it would be August 21st, 2020 at 10:03:49 a.m. on a Friday. She writes, Sandra Baxter writes to Heather Lombardini, "I'll be there. Just let me know the location. I'm assuming your office, but just in case I'm wrong."
Thank you, Agent Texas. I know that one was changed.
Thank you.
Now, in People's Admitted Exhibit 11, you recall Heather Lombardini specifically mentioning one particular entity to target.
Objection, leading.
This is a yes or no question. I didn't even mention the name of the entity.
I'm trying to think of how else that question could be asked that would not be legal. Did you recall? Repeat your question.
My question was, does she recall in exhibit number 11, if Heather Lombardini mentioned any particular entity for Miss Baxter to target? It's a yes or no question.
I can see how that's leading.
I think the question was asked slightly differently with
Okay.
how it's phrased here. I would draw my.
Okay, thank you. You can answer the question.
Yes,
What do you recall the entity being that Heather Lombardini directed her?
Oregon Oil.
When you reviewed Michigan, My Michigan banking records that you received from Comerica Bank, did you find any corresponding donation from Oregon Oil?
Yes,
No, sir.
Let me show you people's proposed exhibit number 12. You recognize that?
yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is a copy of the front and back of a check that is written from Oregon Oil Inc., Wells Fargo Bank. It has Oregon Oil's address of 775 North Second Street, Brighton, Michigan, 48116. It is dated September 18th, 2020, for the amount of $1,000. Check number 126383. And it is made out to Michigan, My Michigan.
Okay, you don't need to give me the address, but it's made out to Michigan, My Michigan. And you gave the date of the check is what date?
September 18th, 2020.
Okay, and what was the date for the email exchange on exhibit number 11?
That email exchange was taking place between August 20th, 2020 and August 21st, 2020.
Thank you. I'm not. Promise you. Let me read the type of text. I'll leave it right there. Agent Kapuscinski, I'm handing you what is People's Proposed Exhibit number 13. I'm gonna ask you to look at it briefly and then tell me if you recognize that document.
You've already moved him at 12, correct?
Correct.
That was without objection.
Okay.
1 through 12 are falling.
Yes, I recognize it.
Is that one of the emails that you received from the search warrant return from the Mike Shirkey emails that you put as potentially relevant?
Yes,
I would, and this is, please describe what this email is very briefly.
it is an email from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirkey with the subject line calls, and there's attachments, and it's the body of the email says, "Hi Mike, good morning. I've included in these calls both Ron and Miles Jones and Al Torres and his sister-in-law Kathleen. Here you go, Sandra Baxter." And attached, the attachments with this email are call sheets regarding Albert Torres, Kathleen Torres, Ron.
Look, I'll get into that. At this point, Your Honor, I move to admit People's Exhibit number 13.
Those 13's admitted.
And the date this email was sent from Sandy Baxter to Mike Shirkey is what?
August 27th, 2020 at 6:17:42 a.m. on Thursday.
Okay, and what is the attachment called?
The attachment is called Unlock Michigan Calls. And there's a date of 8/27/2020.
Have you had in investigating this case, have you had a chance to see several types of emails that look very similar to this? Where there's an attachment called Unlock Michigan Calls
Yes,
with dates after that?
I can't say for certain with dates like that, but I know there have been attachments labeled Unlock Michigan.
I'd like you to look very briefly at the attachment. Is it fair to say that there are multiple pages of attachments?
Yes,
What is it labeled?
they're labeled call sheets.
Looking at the first page. At the bottom of the page, does it seem to indicate, is this call sheet generated using some kind of software or program?
It appears to be.
What is it from? What does it appear to be from?
It's labeled Campaign Manager with the website www.aristotle.com.
Does it have a date on the bottom?
Yes, it has 8/27/2020.
At the top of this call sheet, what does it say?
It says call sheet.
And does it identify a person?
Yes,
Can you tell us what type of information? You don't have to go through all the information, but can you tell us what type of information? Well, let me start, back up. What is the first line of personal information?
it would be their name.
What, and I'm not going to ask because I don't want to put their personal information on the record, but what type of information is included on this call sheet?
It includes a company they work for, what city, phone number, email addresses, multiple phone numbers. It appears to be somewhat of a history of contributions made to committees.
Does it include contributions they made to other committees?
Yes,
Does it include the dates they made contributions to?
yes,
Does it include times that they were called? Where's the bottom?
it has a section labeled call results.
How about tag names?
There's a section for tags, where there's one line labeled call August 1st, 2020 MS with the date of with a tag date of 8/25/2020.
You go to the third page. Give us that person's name.
The name is Mr. Miles Jones, and in quotes, Miles.
Can you give us the general information? I do not want to put his personal information on the record. What general information does the call sheet provide?
It provides what appears to be the company that he works for, the city, his age and birthday, phone number, email address, a couple phone numbers. And there's information within the contributions to other committee section for previous contributions they've made.
Does it include a list of contributions?
Yes,
How about the, was that fourth page that under Miles Jones?
it's information regarding his company.
Fifth page?
That information is continued. The background of his stamp.
Do they log, is there any logged calls regarding Miles?
Underneath tags, there was a line labeled call August 1st, 2020 MS with a tag date of 8/25/2020. There's also one labeled calls July 7, 2020 with a tag date of 7/7/2020.
And some other donor calls, correct?
Correct.
How about the following person? Who's that next person in this call sheet?
The next person is Mr. Randall L. Blick, and in quotes, Randall.
What is the information, general information on Mr. Randall Glick?
It contains the company, the city and state, his age, date of birth, several phone numbers, an email address, a donation summary, and a list of contributions to other committees.
Does it include a recommendation, a date of when he donated and a suggestion of how much to ask for?
There is a note section that has a date of 7/2/2020 with the details stating donated 5K, asked for 20K more, logged by Sandra Baxter.
Are there any calls for Randall Glick?
Underneath the tags, it has call August 1st, 2020 MS with a tag date of 8/25/2020, as well as calls July 2nd, 2020 with a tag date of 7/2/2020.
And there's several other donors listed for calls as well. Okay, going to the next page. Who's the next one on the call sheet?
Mr. Ronald Jones, in quotes, Ron.
Give us the general information that's provided for Ronald Jones that was given to Mike Shirkey.
There's a company, a city and state, a couple phone numbers, email account, contributions to other committee section, listing other contributions that they've made.
There's a long list of contributions to other committees that were provided on Ron Jones, correct?
Correct.
Does it also have a call list for Ron Jones?
Underneath tags, it has tag name, call August 1st, 2020 MS with a tag date of 8/25/2020.
And a couple other people donor calls as well under
Yes.
that. Okay. And then the last person, can you tell us that last person's name?
Mrs. Kathleen Torres, in quotes Kathleen.
Okay. Now I'm gonna direct you to the front of Exhibit 13. That seemed to be in reference to who Sandy Baxter is referencing, where it says L. Torres and his sister-in-law Kathleen.
Yes.
What general information did Ms. Baxter provide to Mike Shirkey on Kathleen Torres?
Her job information, city and state, a couple phone numbers, an email account, as well as there are several things listed under her contributions to other committee section. And under tags, there is a tag name, call August 1st, 2020 MS with a tag date of 8/25/2020. And then a few other things listed after that.
But now, I still want you to hold Exhibit 13. I want you to look at the very first page of that attachment. Who's the first person on that call sheet?
Mr. Albert Torres.
I'm gonna hold you, I'm gonna hand you People's Proposed Exhibit number 14. You recognize that?
Yes.
Can you, in one sentence, just tell me briefly what this is?
It's a check from Albert Torres made out to Michigan, my Michigan.
Okay. I understand you don't have objection to People's Proposed Exhibit number 14?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Same minute.
Special Agent Kapuscinski, I'm handing you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that one of the emails that you received pursuant to one of the search warrants from Mike Shirkey's emails?
Yes.
My understanding, people have no, I'm sorry, the defense has no objection to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 15.
Council.
That's correct, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
For the court admit 15?
Yes.
Special Agent Kapuscinski, could you please read the cover page of People's Exhibit 15?
It is an email from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirkey with the subject calls. The date is Friday, August 28th, 2020 at 8:23:28 a.m. with an attachment labeled Unlock Michigan Calls. with a date in parentheses of 8/28/2020.
Can you then read the text of the email on the cover page?
It says, "Hi, Mike. FYI, Jim Fabiano is one of John Engler's oldest and dearest friends from Mount Pleasant. He and his wife, Lee, reside in Harbor Springs. His boys now run the family beer distributorship, and in parentheses, Flint, Bay City, etc. Mark Weinbaum is very close to Ed Levy, Jewish. Jeff Sakwa, Jewish, was co-chair of the MRP under Rana. Mike Miller, oil and gas guy from Traverse City area. Mike Miller, beer distributor from Ann Arbor. Signed, Sandra Baxter."
Now I'd like you to look at the attachment. Can you tell us at the top what it's labeled?
Briefing sheet.
Okay, at the bottom, in the
Can't-
right-hand corner.
Campaign manager with www.aristotle.com with the date of 8/28/2020.
Is this similar to what you just read in, and just saw in People's Exhibit 13?
Yes,
Can you tell us the first name that shows up in the briefing sheet?
James C. Fabiano Senior, in quotes, James C.
Can you tell us very briefly what type of information was provided from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirkey in this attachment?
City and state, phone number, email, and a donation summary.
How about on the next page?
The name is Mark Weinbaum, in quotes, Mark. There is a job, city and state, couple phone numbers, email, donation summary, and on this page, there is a contributions to other committees section.
And the following page?
Mr. Jeffrey Sakwa, quotes Jeff, company, city and state, a couple phone numbers, email account, donation summary, and a contributions to other committees.
Continuing.
The next page is Mr. Michael J. Miller, in quotes, Michael. There's a job title, city and state, phone numbers, email account, donation summary, contributions to other committees section.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. In this particular one, I am going to ask you to read where Mr. Michael J. Miller, the name of the company and the city.
It reads Floral City Beverage Inc. at Chief Executive Officer, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
And does this also include contributions to other committees?
Yes,
Thank you. And the last one is,
it is Mr. Michael Miller, in quotes, Michael.
and then I'm going to have you, because they're two of the same name, read also where he works in the city.
Legacy Energy Company at Energy Development in Traverse City, Michigan.
What other information did you provide generally?
There's phone numbers, an email account, a donation summary section, and a contributions to other committees section.
Thank you.
Yours expired.
Thank you.
It only let me have 4 hours, so.
Agent Kapuscinski, I'm gonna hand you what is People's Proposed number 16, which is 2 pages. I'm gonna ask if you recognize what I've handed you.
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it is an email from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirky.
Is it one email or is it an email exchange?
It's an email exchange.
Is this an email exchange that you received as part of the search warrant return from the emails or the documents that you received when the search warrant return on Mike Shirky's emails?
Yes,
And that you pulled out and saved a copy of as possibly relevant emails?
yes,
And does that involve emails going back and forth between Sandra Baxter and Mike Shirky?
yes.
And what are the dates that the emails start and end?
They occur on September 2nd, 2020.
And who starts the email exchange?
Sandra Baxter.
And who responds to Sandra Baxter's email?
Mike Shirky.
In this email exchange, does anyone other than Sandra Baxter or does Sandra Baxter or Michael Shirky respond back and forth in this email exchange?
No. Heather Lombardini is CC'd on one of the emails from Mike Shirky to Sandra Baxter.
But does she respond in any manner to People's Proposed Exhibit number 16?
No.
What is the subject matter on these emails?
The subject is calls.
I would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit number 16.
Any objections? It was 16.
Your Honor, just an objection as to potential hearsay from any responses from Mike Shirky if they're being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't know if Ms. Brand is using his statement as the truth of the matter asserted or just to show that a contact occurred. But if she's going to read, if the special agent is going to read the full amount of that email, my objection would be as to hearsay from whatever Mike Shirky said.
The only reason Mike Shirky's responses would be relevant would be to give context to any responses that Ms. Baxter makes, but not to prove any point. I mean, if someone, for example, said, did you point the gun? And the response is yes. If all we used is, well, if we read just the word yes, well, that's completely taken out of context. Yes is the relevant point, but it doesn't give us any context unless we read that did you point the gun portion. Yes, clearly, I can't argue anything that Mike Shirky says. The case is against Sandra Baxter, but it's her responses to something that Mike Shirky says that's really relevant. If I just take her, if I black out everything that Mike Shirky said and Agent Kapuscinski doesn't read it, then it's taken out of context.
Right, I think
I'm not
saying what
arguing
he's
that.
saying, that to the extent that they're being offered just to show context, he's not objecting.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue that. That would be.
And Your Honor,
Wrong.
I just want to just make clear that it's not being used, his statements are not being used for the truth of the matter.
Now they're being used to give context to her response.
Thank you.
So the objection is sustained, I guess. But she agrees it's not being offered for that purpose. It's being offered to show context.
Do I get to count that one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's-
fantastic.
Absolutely. Would not do that. It's wrong. Page 16 admitted.
16 admitted.
Agent captions. Since it is in fact an email chain that is on 2 pages, it has to be read from bottom to top. But at least it's only 2 pages. Could you please read the email chain, starting with the bottom, including dates and times?
Yes. On September 2nd, 2020 at 9:51 a.m., Sandra Baxter wrote, "Here you go. P.S. The Ellis check is on the way. He is using your undisclosed account." Sandra Baxter and her information. Mike Shirkey then responds to Sandra Baxter and CC's Heather Lombardini on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 10:40 a.m. "I made 5 calls yesterday, only connected on one, Mike Miller, Energy. He was not aware I was going to call. Were the other calls to people who were expecting me to call with knowledge of topic? May God continue to bless you and everything and everyone you touch." On September 2nd, 2020 at 10:50 a.m., Sandra Baxter responds, "Hi, sorry for the confusion. Any call that is on your schedule, they are aware you are calling about funding for Unlock, Michigan. The general calls are cold. I am happy from now on to let them know you will be calling at some point to discuss the project. Does that work? Sandra Baxter." Mike Shirkey then responds on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 2:09:44, or I'm sorry, this one does not contain a time, but it's Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020. Mike Shirkey responds, "That's what I thought we agreed on originally. So the 4 calls I left messages with yesterday, I actually said in message that I'm following up on Sandy Baxter's heads up. So you may have to clarify with them. All good. May God continue to bless you and everything and everyone you touch." Then on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 2:09:44 p.m., Sandra Baxter responds, "I will clarify." Perfect.
This is a different variation of this. Mhm. Do you agree with the same caveat? Yes, absolutely. Agent Kapuscinski, I am going to present you with People's Proposed Exhibit number 17. And I'm going to move to admit with the same caveat that only the responses from Sandy Baxter can be used as substantive evidence. The responses from Mike Shirkey only give context but are not substantive evidence. Do you have an objection then?
No.
Move to admit 16.
16 admitted.
I'm sorry, 17.
17 is.
Again, because it's a 2-page exhibit email, you have to read from the bottom.
Would you like me to start?
Yes, please.
On September 2nd, 2020 at 9:51 a.m., Sandra Baxter wrote to Mike Shirkey, "Here you go. P.S. The Ellis check is on the way. He is using your undisclosed account." Sandra Baxter. Mike Shirkey then responds on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 10:40 a.m. while CCing Heather Lombardini on the email. "I made 5 calls yesterday, only connected on one, Mike Miller, Energy. He was not aware I was going to call. Were the other calls to people who were expecting me to call with knowledge of topic? May God continue to bless you and everything and everyone you touch." Sandra Baxter responds on September 2nd, 2020 at 10:50 a.m. "Hi, sorry for the confusion. Any call that is on your schedule, they are aware you are calling about funding for Unlock, Michigan. The general calls are cold. I'm happy from now on to let them know you'll be calling at some point to discuss the project. Does that work? Sandra Baxter." Then on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020, Mike Shirkey wrote, "That's what I thought we agreed on originally. So the 4 calls I left messages with yesterday, I actually said in message that I'm following up on Sandy Baxter's heads up. So you may have to clarify with them. All good. May God continue to bless you and everything and everyone you touch. And there's a response from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirkey on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 2:35 PM. Have you and Randy Glick connected? Also, do you know Ralph Machia?
The dates of those emails are what?
September 2nd, 2020.
I'm handing you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 18 and 19. You recognize these 2 documents?
Yes.
It's my understanding that defense counsel has no objection to admission of 18 and 19. Is that correct, Counselor?
That's correct.
18 and 19 are omitted.
Looking at exhibit number 18, is that a check made out to Michigan, My Michigan, dated September 16th, 2020?
Yes.
Is the check individuals Alvin Glick, Carlton Glick, Randall Glick, and Brian Glick?
Yes.
Okay, and exhibit 19, is that a check made out to Michigan, My Michigan?
Yes.
Is that dated September 20th, 24th, 2020?
Yes.
Is that made from Randall Glick?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit 20. Andy, what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 20. Special Agent Kapuscinski, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does defense have any objection to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 20?
No.
People's 20 are omitted.
Special Agent Kapuscinski, can you read the first page of People's Exhibit number 20?
It's an email from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirkey and Heather Lombardini with the subject calls. The date is Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 9:52:27 a.m. with an attachment labeled Unlocked Michigan Calls with 9/2/2020 in parentheses.
Can you read me the text of that?
The text of the email is from Sandra Baxter. Here you go. P.S. The Elvis check is on the way. He is using your undisclosed account. Signed, Sandra Baxter.
Undisclosed account. Okay. And the attachment Unlock Calls Michigan, I'd like you to turn to that. And what is the top of this Unlock Calls Michigan attachment? What is the top called?
Bubble sheet.
Okay, what about the bottom?
It has campaign manager with www.aristotle.com, 9/2/2020.
Okay, does it seem to be the similar to the other Unlock Michigan call sheets that were to the other emails that she sent Mike Shirkey?
Yes,
Can you give us the first name on the top of the call sheet for the September 2nd, 2020 that Ms. Baxter sent Mr. Shirkey?
it's Alan Kiriluk with Alan in quotes.
Okay, what general information, without giving us the details, does Ms. Baxter provide Mr. Shirkey?
She provides a company, city and state, couple phone numbers, an email account. There's a donation summary section, as well as a contributions to other committee section with several listed.
What about on page 2?
On page 2, she provides sort of a background section on this individual. There's also a logged activity section and a tag section.
How about the next individual?
The next individual is Andrew Harrington, Andrew in quotes,
General information does she provide?
state, city and state, a phone number, email address. There's a donation summary, contributions to other committees with several listed. There's a logged activity section, a tag section.
So, long list of contributions to other committees.
Yes,
What's the next person on the call sheet list?
Christopher Yatuma, Christopher in quotes.
Does it continue for Christopher Yatuma with the same general information on all the other call sheets?
Yes, there is also a notes section included for Christopher.
Okay, how about the next person?
It is Sam Simon, Sam in quotes.
Does it have the same basic information you've gone through on the other individuals?
Yes, including a note section.
The note section is it a small note?
Yes, it's a small note.
What about the next page?
The next page is background information regarding Sam Simon.
Okay. The next person on our call sheet.
Van E. Conway with Van E. in quotes.
Go to the next page. What's that page?
That is another background page.
Okay. The following sheet.
The next page is the tag section.
Do I have permission to publish to the court so the court can actually see some of this information?
Yes, please.
And I can provide any of the exhibits, but I was just, since we're talking about exhibit 20, actually, this is the official exhibit. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was in the agenda.
That's okay.
That's what's in there. So- I handed you what is People's Proposed Exhibit number 21, which I believe the defense is stipulating to its admission. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. No objection.
It's in there.
Can you please describe what exhibit number 21 is for the court?
It is a check from Brian Ellis made out to Michigan, My Michigan, dated September 4th, 2020, in the amount of $1,000.
Now, you said it's made out to Michigan, My Michigan. Is there anything written on the memo line?
Yes,
What is written on the memo line?
Unlock Michigan.
Okay, now I'd like you to refer you back. Let me approach the bench, Your Honor.
Yes,
Hold on to that exhibit. I'd like you to go back to exhibit 20. And I'd like you to read the text of exhibit 20, that actual message in that email. What date was that email on exhibit 20?
The date of the email from Sandra Baxter to Mike Shirkey was Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020.
And what did that email say?
It said from Sandra Baxter, here you go. P.S. The Ellis check is on the way. He is using your undisclosed account, Sandra Baxter.
And the Ellis check is made out to Michigan, My Michigan, dated 9/4, 2 days later,
Yes,
with the memo of Unlock Michigan.
yes.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 22, 23, 24, and 25. My understanding that defense counsel has no objection to those admission of those 4 items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
okay, 22, 23, 24, 25, we're ready.
Special Agent Kapuscinski, could you please tell the court what 23, 24, sorry, 22, 23, 24, and 25 are?
They are all checks from Michigan, My Michigan, made out to topfundraising.com, LLC. Some just say topfundraising.com in various amounts with different dates.
I'd like you to look at exhibit 22. Can you give us the date
The date is September 17th, 2020,
and the amount?
for $2,200.
Does it say anything as to what it's for?
In the 4 line, it has labeled INV 33906.
Okay. Exhibit 23, does it have a date?
Yes, September 30th, 2020,
Does it have an amount?
$8,600.
The 4 line filled out.
No,
Exhibit 24,
the date is October 20th, 2020, and the amount is $4,600.
does it have a 4 on it?
Yes,
What is the four?
it says for INV 000333909,
And exhibit 25, what's the date on that
November 16th, 2020,
and the amount?
$2,600.
And does it have a four on it?
Yes,
What's an invoice? What does it say for?
the for line says INV November 12th.
And those four checks made out to topfundraising.com, those were all located from the records from Comerica Bank, the search warrant return from
Correct.
Michigan, my Michigan, correct?
Correct.
Before I finish, Your Honor, I just want to make sure that my notes confirm with court and defense counsel that 1 through 25 are admitted, 28 through 30 and defense exhibit A. Correct.
Yes.
I need to take a 5-minute break. Thanks. Okay, you can be seated. And cross-examination.
Okay, special agent, you're gonna have to remind me one last time on the pronunciation of your name.
Kapuscinski.
Kapuscinski. Okay. Special agent, you've already testified you were assigned to look into potential campaign finance violations that may have occurred involving online. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in doing so, you looked into Michigan, my Michigan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I think you, well, this is a 501c4 organization. Is that correct?
Michigan, my Michigan, correct.
Yes. And through the course of your investigation, you found a company by the name of topfundraising.com, correct?
Correct.
That had received payments from Michigan by Michigan, correct?
Correct.
And you ultimately found that Miss Baxter was the owner of Top Fundraising, correct?
Correct.
And you found that checks were made out to Top Fundraising, correct?
Correct.
And I think the last one through them was dated November 16th of 2020, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and the first one was dated, it's like September 19th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's about 2 months of payments, correct?
Correct.
And you never found any payments after November 16, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's kind of indicating that whatever work had stopped by that date, correct?
Objection to the form of the question. These were only the checks from Comerica, I'm sorry, from Comerica Bank from Michigan by Michigan. That doesn't mean that topfundraising.com stopped work or they weren't paid by somewhere else. These were just the bank records from Michigan by Michigan for Comerica Bank.
Got it.
Just the form of the question I objected.
Okay.
I believe the form of the question was appropriate. She can certainly answer whether or not that would be true, but the form is appropriate.
Repeat your question.
My question was that given that the last check date was dated November 16, 2020, that would seem to indicate that work had stopped prior or at that time or prior to that time.
Rules of objection, you can answer the question.
I don't know that I could say it stopped, but it could indicate that.
Okay, and again, you didn't see any other checks that day, correct?
Correct. Not within our date range.
And ultimately, you and Assistant Attorney General Casperson did sit down with an examination with Sandra Baxter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there were 2 other special agents, correct?
There was myself and one other special agent.
And who was that?
It was Special Agent Gentry Shelby.
And I think this is already, the interview took place on March 10th of 2020, correct?
I don't recall the exact date, but if you have records that say that.
Okay, I can
I
certainly show
believe
you the examination transcript if that will refresh your record. Exhibit
One.
1.
Here is the admitted exhibit. Mhm.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. If we just look at that, let me know when you, if your recollection's been refreshed.
Yes, it has.
So fair to say it was on March 10th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And that's approximately 2.5 years after the last check, correct?
Yes.
And based on the transcript, it looked like that interview lasted about 1.5 hours. Is that fair?
Fair.
Prior to that interview, you didn't have any conversations with Ms. Baxter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't have any conversations with her counsel, correct?
other than when I attempted to serve Ms. Baxter with her investigative subpoena, I received an email along with Alex Casperson from, I believe it was Mike Cox, inquiring about the investigative subpoena. That's the only interaction I had with counsel.
Okay, but in any event, you never had discussions with counsel or Ms. Baxter about what was going to be asked during this interview, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't have access to a computer during the examination, correct?
Her being who?
I apologize, Ms. Baxter.
Correct. She did not.
And eventually, you've already testified to this, you obtained a search warrant for the email accounts of Mike Shirkey and Heather Lombardini, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And based upon your review of those emails, you came to the belief that you had been given information from Ms. Baxter that you believed was incorrect. Is that true?
True.
And just to be clear, you never contacted Ms. Baxter after the examination, right?
Correct.
Okay, you never called her to say, hey, we've got these emails. Did you make a mistake in your testimony?
Correct.
And you didn't contact her counsel, either, correct?
I did not.
Okay, and at that point in time, you just assumed that you were told false information, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that it was knowingly given to you as false information.
Correct.
At no point has anyone told you that Ms. Baxter knowingly made a false statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Baxter certainly has, correct?
I haven't spoken with her, so no.
Okay, and nobody has called you, sent you emails, anything like that, stating she has made a false statement, correct?
Correct.
Now, Agent, you were present at the investigative interview. And based upon People's Exhibit 1, while you were there, Ms. Baxter testified under oath that she did not have direct contact with Mike Shirkey about helping out with donations for Unlock Michigan. Is that correct?
Correct.
But again, that's not all that she said, right?
No, that's not all she said.
Okay. In fact, afterwards, that statement, she said, "Not that I recall," correct?
I don't recall the exact words of the transcript.
Okay. And if I showed you a copy of that transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to turn to page 34. Lines 1 through 6. Your Honor, continuing permission. Thank you. Just at the top of the page there. Does that refresh your recollection as to what she said?
Yes.
Okay, and so isn't it true that she said, "Not that I recall"?
Yes, that's true.
So that's not a definite that contact with Mike Shirkey had never occurred, correct?
It's fair to say.
It's not saying that never happened, correct?
That was her original remark, but then with the, I don't recall.
Okay, and that "I don't recall" was literally right after.
Correct.
Okay. And it looks like a good portion of the interviews or emails that you read out loud were sent in August and September, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. No reason to disagree with that statement, right?
Correct.
And again, those emails were 2.5 years after. I'm sorry, the interview was 2.5 years after those emails have been sent, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that's a decently long time.
Fair to say.
Okay. And memory doesn't generally get better as time goes on, correct?
It's fair to say.
Maybe especially when somebody is in their 60s, right?
I don't know that I can answer that.
Objection,
I'll
in
withdraw
your
the-
honor. Same objection as earlier.
I'll withdraw the question. But in general, on the date of the investigative subpoena, you have absolutely no evidence that Ms. Baxter intentionally did not tell the truth on that date. Correct?
On that date of the IS, no, we did not.
Even now, you do not have evidence that Ms. Baxter did not recall having direct contact with Mike Schur.
No, I can't prove she didn't remember.
Okay, and that's the point. Agent, there was also a section during that investigative interview where about Miss Baxter having a working relationship with Mike Schur. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay, and her answer was no, correct?
correct.
Okay. And Agent, it's fair to say that Ms. Casperson was present for all of the examination, correct?
Correct.
And she was in fact the one asking the majority of the questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were, of course, able to ask questions, correct?
Correct.
And you did, correct?
Correct.
So if you had felt that Ms. Casperson had asked a question that was unclear or didn't make a lot of sense, you would, of course, want to jump in, right?
Right.
Okay, just to clarify, right?
Right.
Because the point of, and correct me if I'm wrong, the point of these examinations is to find out what the person knows, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you want to make sure those answers are as clear as possible, right?
Correct.
Okay, because if those answers, those questions and answers aren't as clear as possible, you're not getting the information that you want, right?
Correct.
And it was Miss Casperson who asked Miss Baxter if she had a working relationship with Mike Schur, correct?
Correct.
Agent, can you define what a working relationship is?
I would define it as somebody that interacts in a professional capacity with another individual.
Okay. So with that definition, does somebody need to be employed by that person?
I think it starts to get subjective at that point of what you would call working
Okay,
relationship. Some may be employers, some might not be.
okay. I mean, if somebody was working with somebody, how many times would they have to work with somebody to have a working relationship?
I would say even just once.
Okay, but you said that's fairly subjective, right?
It could be, yeah.
Okay, and that was your definition, correct?
Correct.
That you just gave.
Correct.
Do you know what Miss Casperson's definition was?
I do not.
And you certainly didn't know what Miss Baxter's definition was, correct?
Do not.
So it's like, it's tricky to define. It's determining by the facts, right?
Correct.
And different people can have different definitions.
Correct.
Right? And in instances like that, where it's so subjective, people have different definitions. Wouldn't you want to ask, define what your definition was when you asked that question.
You could.
Right, because that would make it more clear from the question perspective and also from the answer perspective, right?
It could.
And it's true that Ms. Casperson did not define working relationship, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't jump in and find it yourself or ask for anything like that, correct?
I don't believe so.
And how many times have you been involved in investigative subpoenas at this point?
Hard to give a actual number, but it's at least half a dozen.
Okay. And it's something you're comfortable doing, right?
Right.
Okay, and how many times have you testified in court?
More than a dozen times.
Okay,
A
a lot
long
of
time,
times, right?
yes.
And, it's probably gotten easier as time goes on, right?
Right.
And it seems like now you're pretty comfortable doing that, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many times Ms. Baxter has testified under oath?
I do not.
Okay, but you can understand how that might be nerve-wracking, right?
Right.
Okay. So, like we talked about, definition of working relationship can be subjective. So you have absolutely no idea in Sandra Baxter's view whether or not she believed she had a working relationship with Mike Sherman, correct?
Correct.
And in the investigative interview, Ms. Baxter also testified that she did not plan or do any fundraising for Mike Sherman, correct?
I believe so.
And if you're unsure, we can refresh your recollection. Would you like to do that, or?
Yes, please.
Pages. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to remember pages. Page 28. All right, we're looking at line 10 of page 28 of the record. It's just right there, middle of the page. It's one of the highlighted portions. Let me know when you're done reading.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say, Ms. Baxter stated she did not plan or do any fundraising for Mike Sherman.
Correct.
And Special Agent, through your investigation, you never found any evidence that Ms. Baxter has done any fundraising for the Mike Sherman campaign, correct?
For his campaign, correct.
Or any organization that he is on the board of, correct?
Correct.
And as part of your investigation, you were able to gather evidence on Michigan, My Michigan, correct?
Correct.
And that would include getting the articles of incorporation for Michigan, My Michigan.
Correct.
And Your Honor, this has already been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit A. And as part of that, you were able to look at the Board of Directors for Michigan, My Michigan,
Correct.
and that for 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay, which is when the time frame relevant here, correct? And Mike Shirkey was not on the board, correct?
Correct.
Bill Hoffman was the president, correct?
Correct.
And Heather Lombardini was the treasurer, correct?
Correct.
And then Ellen Kelska, Keltzka, was the secretary.
Correct.
And obviously Mike Shirkey is not one of those people.
Correct.
And fair to say that Ms. Baxter's company received checks from Michigan Ministry, correct?
Correct.
At no point in time did she receive checks from Mike Shirkey, correct?
Correct.
And at no point in time,
Well, I guess I can't speak to whether or not she ever received something from Mike Shirkey, because all I had was Michigan records.
okay. But in any event, you don't have any evidence that she received something from Mike Shirkey, correct? So, strike that. And, you know, again, we're talking about whether or not Sandra Baxter worked for Mike Shirkey, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there's a difference between working for and working with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and a good portion of those emails that you went through earlier, a lot of those were Sandy sending people that Mike Shirkey could call, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That wasn't Mike Shirkey directing her to make calls, correct?
Correct.
And I know you're not a fundraiser, but you can probably understand that there's value in using a high profile name in fundraising, right?
That makes sense.
Okay. And Mike Shirkey was a high profile name. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. So putting, you know, reaching out to people and having Mike Shirkey getting in contact with them, that's going to probably help fundraising efforts, right?
It would make sense.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that Sandra Baxter was working for Mike Shirkey, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, we looked over a proposed contract earlier, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that contract was not filled out at all?
There were pieces missing.
Okay, namely, the name of who the client would be,
The committee name.
the committee name, right? Well, not, I apologize, strike that. No, the only signature that on there was Sandra Baxter's, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, under Sandra Baxter's signature was title, committee, and then a line to type in, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then under that would have been a signature, right?
Correct.
Okay, who would be signing on behalf of the organization, right?
Correct.
And there was no signature, right?
Correct.
Mike Shirkey was not on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you know, through the course of your investigation, you never found a signed contract, correct?
Correct.
Especially one that, you know, had Mike Shirkey's name attached to it, correct?
Correct.
And looking through those call logs that were you really went through, the majority, any donations that were in there were prior to when were prior to the date of the email, right?
Objection to the form of the question, because we did not introduce any call logs. And with regard to the checks, we wrote those were generally issued after the emails regarding the unlocked Michigan calls were actually issued. That's what it's referring to.
How long are you referencing?
The,
So we're no call logs.
maybe I'm misstating what they were. I'm referring to, call sheets. There we go. Not
No more
call
call
logs,
sheets,
call
okay.
sheets. I apologize. So there
Okay.
were,
What exhibit?
What exhibit are you talking about?
it would be exhibit 13, exhibit 15, and
Tell us what, when you're telling exhibit 13, what check are you referencing?
Call
So, you know.
suggestions, you're talking about the call suggestions?
I'm not talking about the checks. I'm talking about the call sheets.
I understand, but you asked her that the checks came in, but you said the checks came in before the call sheets. I was saying it's,
Which checks?
what
I didn't,
checks?
let me start over,
Okay.
re-ask the question,
Sounds
and
good.
we'll begin from there, okay? In terms of let's start with the August 27th call sheet, which is exhibit number 13. Now, mention had been made as to donations that were, contributions to other committees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those were obviously to other committees, correct?
Correct.
In terms of the call sheets, they had absolutely nothing to do with any donations made to Unlock Michigan, correct?
I don't know that I could for sure answer that.
At least, I'm sorry, in terms of previous donations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was the point I was trying. And again, those appeared to be directions from Miss Baxter to Mike Shirkey about who he could potentially call, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Did Ms. Baxter or her attorney during the investigative subpoena examination ever ask for a definition of working relationship?
They did not.
Did you ever execute a search warrant on Sandra Baxter's office or Mike Shirkey's office?
Not their office, no.
You got Mike Shirkey's emails
Correct.
and the search warrant on Wright Sparks' offices.
Correct.
Nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Witness, be excused from the stand.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Can you be excused? Thank you. And do you have another witness?
You rest.
Defense calling any witnesses?
No, Your Honor. Defense rest.
Are you prepared to make your arguments?
Yes, please.
I'm not going to rule today because I'm going to review the exhibits. I'm assuming that binder is all the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, wait, you were gonna,
No, it's
it's does it punch? No, it's not.
We can add that
I
later.
think I brought one just in case.
Of the defense exhibit.
Defense exhibit, I
A.
think I have, yes, I did bring
well, I
one
do have
just
I
in
have a
case.
punched one, but I wasn't sure if you wanted that.
Well, I can,
Oh, easy enough. Look at that. Solutions.
I am just
Okay, so I'll
overly prepared.
let you do your bind over or opposing bind over arguments
You
today.
know what? I'll let you do
I'll review the evidence that was admitted, and then the next date you can appear via Zoom.
that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let you put that together.
You want
It's pretty
wait
good.
till after? And
Okay.
No, I
because
take-
that's a chore.
That's
I'll
good.
say that.
Okay, you can proceed, Council.
Ms. Baxter's charged with knowingly making a false statement for perjury. An investigator's subpoena. The jury instruction 14.2 indicates there's 4 elements. That she took an oath to tell the truth, and an oath is described as a solemn promise to tell the truth. the oath was authorized by law of the state of Michigan, that while under oath, she made a false statement, and 4, that the defendant knew the statement was false when she made it. Ms. Baxter took an oath to tell the truth when she was sworn in at the investigative subpoena interview on March 10th. We have that evidence at the investigative subpoena transcript dated March 10th, Exhibit 1, where Ms. Baxter took the oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is on page 6. She was also told she was subject to the penalties of perjury, that if she knowingly stated false information twice during the course of the interview, at the beginning and at the end. She was given an opportunity after being warned a second time at the end of the interview that she was subject to the penalties of perjury. She was asked if she could clarify or restate anything that she had previously stated if she needed to correct, even if at the end of the interview, if she had rethought or, oh, upon reflection, what I stated wasn't true, or, I rethought about this. If she needed to change or clarify anything, and she responded, no, I don't think so. They even offered to say, hey, you can talk to your attorney. You can give us a call, let us know. Later on, they gave her another opportunity so that she could think about it later. She could have gone home. She could have talked to her attorney. She could have checked her email. They gave her that opportunity. 2, the oath was authorized by the state of Michigan law. The investigative subpoena statutes, which are found at MCL 767A.1 et sec. Specifically, MCL 7.67A.5 subsection 2, which reads, quote, the prosecuting attorney may administer oaths and affirmations in the manner prescribed by law to implement this chapter. 3, while under oath, Baxter made several false statements that she knew that she was making a false statement. Throughout the investigative subpoena, Baxter denied having a working relationship with Shirky and denied doing fundraising for him and Unlock Michigan. She claimed her connection to Michigan My Michigan was very casual, and she'd only collect money if someone, kind of came up in conversation with various donors that happened to be there. Most notably, in the IS on page 34, did you have any direct contact with Mike Shirky about helping out with donations for Unlock Michigan? That is lines 1 through 4 on page 34. What did she say? No. Okay, not that I recall. Let's look at the exhibits. Exhibit 8. It's an email directly from Sandy Baxter to Mike Shirky describing this relationship, saying, hey, this is a memo about how I think we should approach the fundraising. It's not just an email about it. She's written out a full-page memo about how she thinks the fundraising for Unlock Michigan should go. She talks about donor amounts. She talks about how they should do things. And then she has a 6 or 7 page contract for this. What she says, it's the Unlock Michigan fund contract with Unlock Michigan Independent Contractors Agreement. So it's not just the email to Mike Shirky. She wrote a full-page memo about how to do the fundraising to Mike Shirky, and then she wrote an 8-page contract on how to do it. And she tells Mike Shirky, look, you can make the changes. She signs it so that he can make the changes and he can pick whatever company he wants it to be. That's up to him, but she gives it to him. He could have signed it and given it to her. We didn't execute a search warrant on her offices. She wasn't a target of the investigation. She was just a witness. But it's not just this one email. It's not just Exhibit 8 with the memo describing the fundraising activities and how we're going to do it, dollar amounts, approaching donors, and how to do it. Okay, let's look at Exhibit 13. Ms. Baxter emails Mike Shirky with a list of potential donors that she has provided background for the Unlock Michigan calls. August 27th. Good morning. I've included in these calls both Ron and Miles Jones and Al Flores and his sister-in-law, Kathleen. Here we go. It's about 18 pages. So this is not a note. This gives a lot of detailed information about all these individuals. This is not something she came up with on a whim. This is a lot of detailed information. And it tells call date. For who? MS. Which just happens to be the email, I mean, the initials, Mike Shirky, tag date 8/25, when she tagged it. For him to call when? 2 days later. But she gives a lot of detailed information on Mr. Al Torres, someone who we found out from earlier that she sent an email to, and she talks about the, the prior conversation he had with Mike Shirky and who sent in a check to Michigan by Michigan. Who would have thought? Al Torres, shockingly. This person that had no contact with Mike Shirky, no working relationship. But these are detailed notes about the people involved. These are personal phone numbers, cell phone numbers, dates of birth. I mean, this is really detailed information about potential donors that she says no relationship worth.
That was all still exhibit 13.
That's all exhibit 13. This is a really big exhibit about all these different potential donors. True, Randall Glick, this is another person that she says contact him. Here's where he works. Here's his personal number. Here's his address. Here's his work number. Here's a list of, all the different places he's donated and when, and the amounts and the dates and the times he's been contacted. This is a lot of information. This is not a whim. This is the oops, I forgot stuff. Disingenuous is what it is. To say, I didn't remember. No, I didn't have that. But this is just one exhibit that she did this for. Just one email. That's just exhibit 13. What do we have? Oh, Mr. Torres, he donated. Exhibit 15. Another one, an email to Mike Shirky from Sandra Baxter. What do we have? Again, Unlocked Michigan calls. And she gives a long description of a bunch of different people where she gives some more details, not just details about the people, because once again, she gives the people where they work, where they live, emails, phone numbers, where they donated, where, who they donated to, phone calls before. But on the cover page, she gives some more personal information about who they're related to, their religious observance, who they're friends with. This is detailed information, again, about donors to call for Unlocked Michigan. Again, the no fundraising, no contact, no helping for any fundraising for Unlocked Michigan. And yet it's called calls, Unlocked Michigan calls. Right here, exhibit 15. Exhibit 16. That is the email exchange directly between who? Sandy Baxter and Mike Shirky, going back and forth, talking about what? Calls. What does she say? I'm sorry for the confusion. Any call that is on your schedule, they are aware you are calling about funding for Unlock Michigan. Those are Sandy Baxter's words. These are people she has already prepped, has already called, and says when you call them, they know you're calling about Unlock Michigan. Those are her words to Mike Shirky. Those are 5 emails back and forth between Sandy Baxter and Mike Shirky. 17 is a continuation, but they go off at another tangent, they respond. And again, it's between Mike Shirky and Sandy Baxter. And she also says, again, it's about these calls are about they're where you're calling about Unlock Michigan. But she says, have you and Randy Glick connected. Why do we want to know about Randy Glick? Because this is September 6th. I want you to call Randy Glick. Because he's in that Unlock Michigan packet from just a minute ago. Well, why? Because she sent the information about Randy Glick and his family. Because in September, they made 2 separate donations to Michigan My Michigan, which is Exhibit 18 and 19. And then we have Exhibit 20. Again, Sandy Baxter emails Mike Shirkey. Subject calls. Attachment. What is that attachment called? Unlock Michigan calls. September 2, 2020. And it's interesting to know because we're going to talk about this in a minute. Here you go. P.S. The Ellis check is on the way. He's using your undisclosed account. And we're going to talk about that part in a minute. But once again, the unlock calls. Once again, the call sheet. This is a lot of detailed information. This just happens to be Alan Kirkluck. It has his home addresses, his mobile addresses, all the different places he's contributed, his email addresses, a write-up that she wrote. Sandy Baxter wrote up about him personally. Places where he's been called about donations. There's Andrew Harrington. This is a lot of detailed information that she all of a sudden says, no, I didn't do any of this information. These are pages and pages of call sheets for Mike Shirkey to call people she's already prepped, people that she's done the research, prepared the information, and given to Mike Shirkey, people she's already called because she's already put that in her emails that she has done that. Because it's in their emails, it's in the email she also sent to Heather Lawbardini. Back and forth, it's in those. We have these emails when she says, did you have any direct contact with Mike Shirkey about helping out with donations for Unlock Michigan? And she says, no, that's a huge lie. The emails found pursuant to Mike Shirkey's search warrant prove that she lied. I only have to show one, but all of these show that she lied, and it's not, okay, hey, she forgot. That's a lot of work that she did. She was an integral part of the solicitation of funds for Unlock Michigan through Michigan My Michigan. You will note all of these checks came through to Michigan My Michigan. Or the, oh, not that I recall, her hedging, her trying to change her answer or fudge it. She did that. But remember, what was the very first email we introduced? Her email to Mike Shirkey detailing how do we do the whole fundraising? And here's the contract. How about on page 20, are you familiar with Mike Shirkey? Answer, sure. Did you ever do any fundraising for him? Answer, no. Page 24, I was told to help with, Unlock Michigan. I'm sorry, with Michigan My Michigan. She immediately changes that answer. That's not a response to a question. She changes it. I was told to help with, Unlock Michigan. I'm sorry, with Michigan My Michigan. And we know why, because Michigan My Michigan, we heard, is a 504c3. They don't have to disclose the donors. Unlock Michigan is a ballot question committee, and it does. Question. So they told you that people can give money to Michigan My Michigan for Unlock Michigan ballot issues. Is that correct? Not for it. They said this is something they might be interested in and it can assist. That's page 24. So you had an understanding that by people supporting Michigan by Michigan, that it would help support whatever Unlock Michigan is doing. Answer, it could. Page 25. Question. Were there people who said, hey, I want to donate to Unlock Michigan that you directed to Michigan by Michigan? Answer, no, not that I recall. No, I can't imagine me doing that. And yet all of those fundraising emails are all Unlock Michigan. Every single one of those are Unlock Michigan. Every one of those donations go to Michigan, My Michigan. That's page 26. Did you have any idea that he, we're talking about Shirky, was involved with Michigan by Michigan? Oh yeah, why? The press. I mean, it was in the press. Really? Because just in the press, because it's all over her emails from the get-go. It's even in the email she has from Heather Lombardini, which tells her this is Mike Shirky's 401c3, Michigan by Michigan. It's in Sandy Baxter's email, Exhibit 20. The Ellis check is on the way. He's using your undisclosed account. That's Exhibit 20. And what is that undisclosed account? Exhibit 21. Where did they send it? Where does she have the Ellis family send the account to? Michigan by Michigan. She knows exactly what his undisclosed account is. She knows exactly who's involved with Michigan by Michigan. She says so right in her email. Did you have any sort of working relationship, any friendship with Mike Shirky at all? Answer, no working relationship. Question, did you ever plan or do any fundraising for him? Answer, no. Page 27 and 28. She also said, nobody told me, nobody directed me to other people. But in Exhibit 11, we know that's when she's talking about Corrigan Oil. Lo and behold, Corrigan Oil donated to Michigan by Michigan. Then when they talk about when they're in the investigative subpoena, and they're talking about the Al Thorez email, which is Exhibit 3. So when I read this email without talking to you, to me, this sounds like you work for Mike Shirky. Will you agree with that? Like not having talked to you at all? Answer, no, not at all. Page 45. Question. Was it your belief that Michigan by Michigan was soliciting money for Unlock Michigan? I don't know. I have no idea. And yet all these calls, people, the donors that she's calling, she's lining up, that she's prepped according to her email. She tells Mike Shirky in her emails, I've called them, they know you're calling. She gives Mike Shirky the background. She gives them their information. He tells who their friends are, their relationship. Here's their cell phone. Here's their phone number. Here's their work number. Here's their email. Here's who they made donations to. Here's how much they made. Here's where they're working. I've already prepped them for there. And you need to call them. And they're called Unlock Michigan calls. And those checks come into Michigan by Michigan. And when asked, was it your belief that Michigan by Michigan was soliciting money for Unlock Michigan? Her answer was, I don't know. I have no idea.
What page was that again?
54. When asked, how much did you make for Michigan by Michigan? She says, probably just under 12,000. Then she was shown the spreadsheet. She said 15. They said, look, according to the spreadsheet, it looks like you made, 15. And then was asked, oh, you're talking 3 years ago. I understand. Am I in the ballpark? When asked, do you think it was more than this? Oh gosh, no. Question, because I think there were 3 payments here that totaled 15,000. Do you think you made more than that? Answer, no. Question, okay. Answer, no. Definitely not. Those were her responses. But if you look at exhibits 22 through 25, just looking at the Comerica bank statements, those 3 checks are totaling $18,000. Defense claims it was 2.5 years later, and she didn't know the definition of working relationship, but she's there with her attorney. She didn't ask for a clarification of a working relationship. Attorney didn't ask for them. There were, when you read the transcript, there are times that she absolutely says, I don't understand, or can you restate it? Ask for clarification, and they do. And she received that clarification, but she doesn't ask for it for there. She's given the opportunity to think about her answers after this IS. To think about it, go back and look for her emails. To contact is invited at the end. Contact us. The question was asked of Assistant Attorney General Casperson, were you contacted? She was given more than a year to contact to say, oh, you know what? I went back and checked my emails. I'd like to revise my statement. I'd like to come forward. I recall some conversations. Or, oh, actually, yeah, I had a boatload of conversations and a whole bunch of emails. And yes, I was soliciting and I was fundraising and I had a lot of contact with Mr. Shirky. No, she didn't do that. More than a year after this, it was well after a year before charges were issued. She could have done that at any point in time. And she didn't. Now defense says, oh, well, those checks were paid for by Michigan, and Mike Shirky is not an officer of Michigan by Michigan. That is correct. He is not. What is Senator Mike Shirky's C4 corporate account? Michigan by Michigan. Look at that. It's Exhibit 9. Ms. Baxter knew that August 19th, at the very beginning of this relationship. So while he is not an officer, he's still running Michigan by Michigan as his non-disclosed C4 account. You think, okay, well, how else does she know that this Michigan by Michigan is still being used by Mike Shirky, or is acknowledged being used as his undisclosed C4 account? Because we freely admit he's not listed as an officer. Let's look at Ms. Baxter's own words in Exhibit 20. Email from Sandy Baxter to Mike Shirky, September 20th, 2020. Exhibit 20. Here you go. P.S. The Ellis check is on the way. He is using your undisclosed account. The Ellis check is on the way. This is 9/2/20. The Ellis check is exhibit 21. Mr. Ellis writes out his check on 9/4/20, and he writes it out to Michigan, my Michigan. Shirkey's non-disclosed account, and he just happens to put in the memo line, unlock Michigan, making it clear that Sandy Baxter thinks Mr. Shirkey is running Michigan, my Michigan. She claims she has no relationship with Mike Shirkey. She's never done any fundraising for Mike Shirkey. She didn't help with Unlock Michigan. And she has no working relationship with Mike Shirkey, no contact with him, helping out for donations. She took an oath authorized by law, which is 767A.1. While under oath, she made a false statement. She knew the statement was false. This is a preliminary examination. The standard is probable cause. Her knowledge of the falsity of the misrepresentation can be inferred by the totality of the evidence, which is People versus Regal, 223 Mishap 34 at 39, a 1993 case. I would ask that you find Baxter over his charge. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to talk about what's charged in the complaint, the information. Ms. Baxter is charged with perjury under MCL 767A.9(1)(a). The prosecutor in this case has elaborated exactly what they need. They need to show she took an oath. That oath was authorized by law. She made a false statement, and that statement was knowingly made false. But importantly, what they allege is that Ms. Baxter testified untruthfully and knowingly by stating that she did not have direct contact with Mike Shirkey. So that's one. About with Mike Shirkey about helping out with donations for Unlock Michigan. That's one. She did not do fundraising for Mike Shirkey. That's two. And she did not have a working relationship with Mike Shirkey. That's three. Those are the three statements that they elaborate on in their complaint. Those are the three statements that they need to show were made, one, untruthfully, and two, that they were knowingly untruthful. And so let's talk about those different statements. One, no direct contact with Mike Shirkey about helping out with donations for Unlock Michigan. We saw emails that reference phone calls. I think it is safe to say that I cannot argue at all that Ms. Baxter did not, in 2020, August of 2020, September of 2020, maybe in October of 2020, have direct contact with Mike Shirkey. It's clear that she did. However, the question becomes, on March 10th, 2023, did she knowingly make a false statement? The answer to that, Judge, is no. First, I would note that the quotation in and of itself was, no, I did not have contact directly with Mike Shirkey that I recall. We are talking about an interview that occurred nearly 2.5 years later. However, somebody's memory, it is going to degrade slightly. It is going to degrade to some extent. And Ms. Baxter, as was testified by not only the Assistant Attorney General, Casperson, but the special agent, wasn't given a heads up of what the topic of the conversation was going to be. She did not have the opportunity to go through her emails. She did not have that opportunity.
She didn't have it beforehand, but she was given the opportunity to go back after the fact, correct?
That's correct.
If she needed to change.
If she needed to change, but that would mean that she, didn't believe at the time that she was testifying, that she didn't believe at the time that she was testifying.
I don't know what that would mean. I can't speak to that because I would have to get into her head. And even just to address your others comment about, did she knowingly make a false statement? And your argument is no, it's argument. We don't know what she knew. Sounds like a question of fact, or a finder of fact.
Well, Judge, that's exactly the point. Not that it's a question for the finder of fact, but we don't know what her thought was. Exactly. That, it is our opinion that that is not enough of a probable cause standard to bind over.
Well, we just need more than mere suspicion for probable cause, and we have evidence presented by the prosecution that purports to show that she made a statement, that the statement turned out to be false, and that she knowingly knew it was false based on the totality of all the evidence that they had. And your argument is, well, no, over time, your memory could diminish at least some, which the court's not going to disagree with that. But the question now is, was that the case for her? And is it reasonable to believe that her or anyone's memory, unless they have some kind of medical condition, diminished so much that they would not remember all of this evidence that's been admitted?
And Judge, to be clear, the statement that she made at that time was that she did not recall having.
I know exactly what you're saying. She doesn't recall having communication. Does your memory, is it reasonable to believe that someone's memory would make them unable to recall that 2 years ago they did all of this? Is what
2.5 years ago.
3 years ago, 5 years ago that they did all of this?
Your Honor,
That's a question for a jury to determine.
Your Honor, I would argue it's.
Why not?
Your Honor, what we need to look at today is the evidence that has been provided. And we don't, no evidence was provided as to Ms. Baxter's mindset. Namely, one of those 4 things that the prosecution needs to prove. So for that reason, I'm asking you not to bind over on that particular portion. In addition, the other statement that the prosecution has said was knowingly false is that Ms. Baxter did not do fundraising for Mike Shirky. At no point in time was there was a contract that was sent. It was never signed that we have any evidence of. It was not filled out. It was not to Mike Shirky, anything like that. The emails are not Mike Shirky telling Miss Baxter to make any phone calls, despite the prosecution arguing that, Heather Lombardini wanted her to check out Corrigan Oil. That's not Mike Shirky. That is Heather Lombardini. Question is whether or not Miss Baxter worked for Mike Shirky. There's no contract. She did not receive any payments.
So the question was whether or not there was a working relationship, not whether or not she worked for.
I'm sorry, did any fundraising.
Okay.
Sure. I misspoke, Judge. And in terms of that, again, there is nothing there that indicates that Mike Shirky was the one directing Miss Baxter's funds at all.
You said there's nothing there that shows that Mike Shirky was the one directing Ms. Baxter's fundraising?
Correct. Miss Baxter was sending him call sheets. The only suggestion that was given out as to somebody she should call was from Heather Lombardini to Miss Baxter.
So is your argument that because there's no evidence that showed that Mike Shirky was directing, but the evidence actually that was submitted shows that she was directing, that changes the working relationship? Is that, I'm not following.
No, we're not talking about working relationship.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking about doing fundraising
Fundraising,
for Mike Shirkey, which indicates,
correct.
correct.
So your argument then would be because there's no evidence that shows that Mike Shirkey was directing the fundraising, then that means there couldn't be a relationship where she's doing fundraising for him? Even though she's the owner of the fundraising company?
She is 100% the owner of the fundraising company.
So why
However,
why would the owner of a fundraising company take direction about fundraising from someone who hires them? It's
Right.
hypothetical.
in this type
Versus
of,
the owner, the person who is supposed to be the professional entity there, giving the direction to them.
in that hypothetical, Judge, that wouldn't make any sense. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is the fundraising was not done for Mike Shirkey. It was not done for his campaign. The checks she received were from Unlock Michigan. And again, Mike Shirkey is not on the organization documents for Unlock Michigan, or I apologize, Michigan, my Michigan. In terms of,
Is your argument that he has no connection to Unlock Michigan? Is that what you're saying?
not Unlock Michigan, I saw Michigan.
Michigan, I'm sorry.
My argument is that he is not on the board of directors.
But your argument is you're not disputing what she showed in Exhibit 9 is that that's his C4 Corp account.
I
You're not
have,
disputing that.
I am not disputing that Exhibit 9 is an admitted exhibit in this case here.
That wasn't my question. Because you're being very specific that your argument is that he was not an officer or a registered
Correct.
board member, I guess. So is it your argument that's the only way you can have a connection to a C4 Corp?
Your Honor, no, that's not my argument, that they
Oh.
can have a connection, but the fact is that doesn't mean that Ms. Baxter was doing fundraising for Mike Shirkey.
Okay, I understand your
This
argument.
was an organization.
Okay,
This was not Mike Shirkey, a campaign, personal, anything like
I understand your argument. Thank you.
that. Your Honor, as to the working relationship with Mike Shirkey, I think it's pretty clear from the testimony that what a working relationship is entirely subjective. Entirely. Both the witnesses today gave different definitions of what it was, which it makes entirely sense. But the point of that is Ms. Baxter is being asked if she had a working relationship with Mike Shirkey without an actual definition of what a working relationship is. Your Honor, for those reasons, I'm asking this court not to bind over on this count and probably causes not.
Yeah, I respond very briefly.
Yes.
I think brother counsel misread the complaint because he said that we as the people have to prove with regard to that Baxter did not have direct contact with Mike Shirkey about helping out with donations, and that she did not do any fundraising for Mike Shirkey, and that she did not have a working relationship with Mike Shirkey. That is not the way the charging information reads. It reads, she did not have any direct contact with Mike Shirkey about helping him out with donations for Unlock Michigan, or
And if
she did not have not do fundraising for Mike Shirkey, or she did not have a working relationship with Mike Shirkey. The statute itself says a false statement. It doesn't say I have to prove 12 false statements or 16 false statements. It says a false statement. And with regard to her knowledge of the falsity of the statement, it would be the extraordinarily rare fraud case where I'd sit down to read the actual information. It would be the extraordinarily rare fraud prosecution where we have the defendant on tape saying, you know, when I cut that false check, or when I filed that false police report, or when I gave that false statement, I was specifically intending to, defraud that person. That's not the way fraud goes. You have to look at the acts, at the totality of the circumstances. There are a lot of cases that say that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to prosecute hardly any fraud cases in the state of Michigan, because we generally don't have that. We look at the totality of the circumstances, we look at the defendant's actions, and we look at the admitted exhibits. Thank you.
Wanted to respond to something she was saying.
Just to inform this court and the opposing counsel, I have no intention of meaning that they had to prove all three. These are the three statements that they allege.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so let me get you a date, so that
Do
you
you
can.
want to preview, because I did pull out that one exhibit that I did not before I present the report. Okay.
That was, I see that we don't. 26 and 27 was not admitted, correct?
26 had been in here, I removed it, I just didn't,
Okay,
I didn't know if you wanted to see it. Can I present the court with the exhibit binder?
yes, please. Next thing will be latest one.
And this is the one that's highlighted.
Oh, goodness. You got the,
Oh, yours.
yes.
Mhm.
Okay, sounds good. It's August 5th work. I think, are you? gonna be
August
here?
5th, I'll already be here. It's a
That's why-
great day
that's
for
why I
me.
just asked
Does it
about.
work for you, counsel?
I believe so. Let me double check here.
And again, counsel, you can appear via Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, August 5th, it's great.
August 5th at 8:30.
And just so I know, this is just for the decision, correct?
Correct. The other matter starts at what time? 10:30. No, because it's not gonna take me that long. I just don't know if she needs to be here for 2 hours for this.
So you want to do 10?
Yeah. We can switch it. You're gonna be here at 10:30.
10:30 in person.
We'll switch this till 10.
Oh, thank you, because I went to 6:30.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, you're in the criminal division.
Yes.
They're not in Lansing.
Oh,
Okay.
She had to drive through the fun of the traffic from Detroit right now.
Yeah, I live very close to the office.
Oh, got it.
Like one lane,
Yes.
2 or 3
Or-
places at this
Is
point.
10 o'clock still good for you, counsel?
10.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do August 5th at 10 a.m. That way, you're not either trying to call in before you drive, or driving in and sitting here for 2 hours.
Thank you, that's very kind.
And then you all can appear via Zoom or in person if that's what you like. Okay. Any additional matters before we conclude for today?
No, I'm only hoping I didn't snag a ticket. Yeah, that's the correct face, Judge.
Listen, the meter maid complained